Hello, we are actually live now, finally, with our first CL Jolyu League games. It's taken too long.
Still they can home before pushing out
Coming out, CJ. Oh, Cannon Barrage going a huge cataclysm into the hero's entrance. GOTR disappearing at the hands of V5. The stream channel was not clean 5-0 split.
That should be the game 2 going in the favour of Girl, and they do win the first season of the Jolyu League, being undefeated.
For those of you who weren't here for the games earlier, chat was literally full of ayas and ahs, and I regretted everything. So an ah and an ah. And welcome, that was smooth, to
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the
Tower down. He's going for the 1v3. He's tanking them all up.
It's so tanky.
He's flashing away. He's finishing the game. And there we go. Third game over to World for Genesis.
Wow.
My God.
What a
What did we just
series.
watch?
91 kills
This
in
is-
the
this
game.
is- Bruv! 4 point. Are they getting the Morgana, getting the root on? Late Black Shield Flash is not going to come out, but it does go over to the Nautilus.
Okay. Absolute disaster for...
Mia's
Girl
still on loading
here.
screen and doesn't see any of that.
Reminder, if someone is lagging, you can pause. Oh.
Yes, game can confirm what's happening here. Double pike being picked up, and there's the lobby again. We'll swap to our...
Going over to the side of SAS Desert. Eventually. Stop building load B boots.
That's the game.
Yep, the auto attacks will just come down here to finish out this game, and that does make it 1-0 to the side of World for Genesis.
And we are back.
Yep, Baron is really good.
Oh, is this the time we're going? I mean, I don't know. I haven't had the time yet. Oh,
Yes, technically I'm still working.
you're
I'll be
still
back up in like a
working.
few minutes.
Um, um. Oh yeah. So okay. So we are live on air. Who's spectating the game? That is the big question. Pretty sure Gab's gonna run that for us. But it's the finals, probably the scuffed finals of all time. I'm here with the Stephen.
Hello, hello, hello. If my mic's working, hopefully it is. But yeah, hello.
Yeah, your mic is working just fine for me.
Good.
Hopefully, it is working just fine for the stream as well. I forgot I need to log into the League of Legends client because otherwise I can't spectate the game myself and I can't cast it as efficiently as I possibly want to. But today, it is the day we've all been waiting for. It is Chainers versus Team Bruv for the final and for the first place in Season 3. Definitely is going to be an interesting one to see who will take the title today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is based off of seeding. Really, it's there's one shock member of the first place finals, and that obviously is Team Bruv. But from what I've seen, Dark Enclave was just decided that he wanted to smurf on the entirety of Team Cataclysm, and really pulled through. And was sort of that platform that Team Bruv used to springboard themselves into the final. Chainers, obviously, going up against Team Frostfire. Team Frostfire, unable to stop the rampaging Chainers. They fell. Really was quite swift 2-0 in the semi-finals. Really unfortunate for Team Frostfire, obviously. Game 1 was looking quite promising, but then Game 2 it was really just the difference in class really showing through.
Yeah, Dark Enclave definitely has been that big role, the big player who stepped up for his team in the recent weeks. We had to check his OP.GG because for some reason we thought he's definitely not a gold player, just in case. You know, he's been playing out of his mind and definitely want to bring a lot of that energy here today with him. So definitely the top side of the map is going to affect the game a lot, especially, you know, George versus Dark Enclave. It's a matchup that we haven't seen, and it's something we definitely will want to see in the future. And I'm just going to go do a coin flip.
Yeah, coin flip to, I believe it's to decide side selection.
It is indeed.
Just to check, do we have a lobby?
Nice. We do not have a lobby. We have absolutely nothing.
Great, I will start making a lobby.
Beautiful.
This is the best finals ever.
Yeah, I've only just recently been released from my banging on holes, but yeah. So we're just gonna get the lobby sorted. I believe I'm making the pro draft. I just need after the coin flip, I'll be able to make it after we find out
And
who goes onto which side. But yeah, I guess I will talk a bit about the teams. So Chainers, George in the top lane, he's a Cho'Gath player, disgusting. We don't talk about him. In the jungle, George, very solid top laner. Just has played very well, but has unfortunately not been able to show like his amazing Vladimir. He's not been able to show it as he has been put onto Cho'Gath duty quite often, just due to the nature of the meta right now. And
definitely Cho'Gath is probably one of the more powerful champions, especially in the comp 5v5 competitive scenario. He's pretty much the best champion at objective control as well, apart from obviously Nunu. So Cho'Gath definitely is also a pick that George does like to play. We have not seen Dark Enclave on tanky champions really yet, so he's mainly been playing these hard carry bruises, where he's actually been really performing super well. So we're definitely going to see how they will adapt there. But Vink has been the resident tank player, and I wouldn't be surprised if they really tried at jungle, to be honest.
the tank jungle.
Yeah,
Of
no,
course.
Cho'Gath jungle.
I mean, Cho'Gath jungle quite off meta. But we will see. We will see. Team Bruv, I can confirm, has won the coin toss. So they decided to go with the blue side for the first game. So Chainers will be on the red side. So that will most likely change priority for bans, definitely. But Clade in the jungle for Chainers, matchup versus Vink. I think that this is probably one of the it's got to be a sort of hidden matchup, really, because Clade is a jungler that really likes to farm. He likes to power farm. And as soon as he's done with his full clear, he is able to... he's able to influence lanes by ganking after his full clear, which he always uses very effectively, and he always manages to leash those camps in such an efficient manner. Vink, on the other hand, just a very solid player, really. Tends to be just he rarely runs it down. There has been a couple of games where he has ran it down. An Udyr game comes to mind, I believe against Team Cataclysm.
Very quickly, you guys, are you logged on to
Yeah.
any accounts you want invited, or should you want me to
Yes.
share screen?
Invite the
Yes.
L9 Muhammad Ali.
Wait, what?
And mine's the Suzy. Mine
You
is
mean
the Suzy.
send me?
Oh wait, are we not friends?
We are not all friends, apparently.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
what have you guys done? Jeez.
Gab is not our friend, apparently.
Yeah,
we're not good at.
Gablet is,
I was like
We're not do-
scouring my friends list, like where the hell are they?
yeah, but if you just click the invite and then type L9 Muhammad Ali.
I mean,
yeah.
people saying that Strong Ewok is a diamond free support, but as we remember last time that he faced stuff on the Rift against one of Team Cataclysm, he waited 30 minutes to use Seraphine ultimate. So that doesn't really sound defeat like to me, but we're yet to see. And here he is flaming people again already.
Quickly
Well,
invite.
Well, if you want to be professional, you got to remember that the game is definitely something to look out, especially Skycold in that middle lane. He has been having some difficult times lately. There's been difficult times lately, but he also has been a big rock in that middle lane. He's been very consistent and pretty much being the main ban contender in the early stages of the games. Many games he pulls in many bans, and definitely probably will at this game. You know, his is here. This is it, and apparently we're pro drafting. I felt we were meant to just do a normal draft,
Yeah,
but
I thought we were just gonna jump straight in.
Atomica's
Yeah,
just
One second while I add
fine.
Atomica to the.
Yeah,
Atomica
to
did
the
not get the
game.
memo. We do not
I
pro
did it.
draft. We are doing just a straight up normal draft. It makes it
Oh.
easier.
know.
Someone's saying Vizzy doesn't have champs. Well, Potato? I don't know.
It's, brain still working on things. Still
Honestly,
trying to get everything that I need.
Ay.
Yeah, we'll get there. It wouldn't be a true Coral cast if everything wasn't, falling apart. As per the usual. Cool. Which are we doing, by the way? Are they happy to just jump straight into?
I guess we just do.
Ah,
I mean, it's either we do pro draft or we do holder champs, isn't it?
Yep.
Like they're gonna have to hold. They're just gonna like lock in someone like a Mumu and say no.
is your pro draft ready? Because then therefore we can insta start it if people are there, or whatever. I don't know. But I guess Team Bruv does not want to do pro draft, and the other
No.
team
We
does
did
want
say
to.
to them like we could get around. We could get through
Okay.
it quicker by
Alright,
skipping
okay.
the pro draft. But oh my god, like this is gonna be this is gonna be an issue.
Yeah. Oh my bad. I guess I made an issue, but it's as fast. Yeah. I mean, it's a.
Okay, Skycold's also saying that we should do it. I'm guessing that's what he means, what he just said. And we can probably get through it very quickly. Or not. I think we can get through it very quickly, and that means then we don't have to restart. So due to placeholder picks, so hopefully we can get that showed on stream.
It's in the captain's chat, the spectator link.
Yep. Give me half a second to
Oh, no,
just hopefully
they've
this
sent a
screen
new
is
one.
set up. I don't know if it's set up. No, that's not set up. Okay. Give me a minute. That is the lobby. We will get there. I was not ready for this. Here we go. Kind of messed, but there. Perfect. Whatever. You can look at my amazing
Beautiful.
everything
So,
set up.
we can definitely start this champion select as we are already a little bit late. So if the teams can hear us, definitely.
Go.
Yeah, definitely. We can get this going. I'm going to open as well.
Good.
And we have started the ban phase. Instantly, we're going to get the Rise banned away from Dermat. He's been trying to do the 20-minute 400 CS Rise hack. And definitely, it's not going to be allowed for him this time. Which is going to be answered by a Shen ban. So, seems like probably one of them have been practicing Shen. Maybe the bit of Shen jungle. Even though it's not really been played very often lately.
Ewok has been playing quite a lot of Shen recently.
Oh, has he?
In his match history, yeah.
Shen support is bad.
95% of his games have been Shen. Udyr, quick ban away from Clade. Karthus, ban away as well. Azir, ban away. They're all very standard bans. What we expected, really, even though we never discussed it.
So, yeah, definitely hitting up some of the champion pool that Clade has. Clade kind of pops off on that Karthus, pops off on the Udyr, and it's definitely something. And Chainers have forcing the Seraphim ban this time around when they're on red side. It's quite very clever from them indeed. And Hecarim is going to be the first lock-in. Definitely a very strong champion still in this patch, and definitely a champion that you can really force some of the early game fights that Team Bruv have really been good at lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And the hover of the Hecarim pick. The Hecarim is locked in. Hecarim, a very strong jungler. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was this patch where he did get toned down a bit with the 10% nerf to his movement
Yesterday,
speed.
yeah, he did take a 10% nerf to his movement speed. Realistically, how much is that going to hurt him? Probably not all that much. The main thing
also...
is I think they also nerfed Chem Tank, which means tank Hecarim.
So Chem Tank did not really necessarily get a nerf, it got a adjust of power. So the movement speed is lower by 15%, but the chart with the slow that you get is up by 10%. So even though you're moving, even though you're moving a little bit slower, you're still being able to get onto the team. And the movement speed necessarily isn't exactly what made the Hecarim, like the oldest movement made Hecarim jungle so good. It was because he was so tanky while being able to do a lot of damage.
And a lot of damage, though, did come from the amount of free move speed he was able to pick up. That's only been tuned down a little bit with, I think it is just that 10% off of the Chem Tank and 10% off of
as we
his
were talking about that, the Hecarim gets answered with Kai'Sa as the first two picks up by Genesis. And Vegeta's finally playing an actual AD carry, which is going to get answered by an Ashe, so Punky Boy is going to be on something fairly comfortable for him. Definitely very important, and there we go. There's the Gnar for Dark Enclave. He popped off on it last time around. This time, he gets it very early on in the draft. He doesn't want it banned away, and definitely that's going to be a good champion for him. Definitely want to see what George will be looking to take against that. Probably a Karma. It's kind of his standard pickup as far as we know now. Maybe the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath can do pretty well if he can get past certain levels, but never mind, it is going to be the Karma instead, most likely into that top lane, but also, you know, it can go mid, it can go into the support role, and not a single player on that team shies away from playing these kinds of picks.
Yeah, an interesting flex pick. There is a lot of AP picked up so far
I am
on the side of
expecting-
Chainers.
I am expecting one particular ban from Team Bruv. This is a ban specifically at the mid laner Chainers. They are setting up with a lot of AP, therefore this opens up to a greater possibility of an AD champion in the mid lane, and that would be the champion that begins with the end, Nocturne, that brings down the paranoia all over the map against his opponents. Instead, we're going to get the Tristana ban, which is also a good mid lane counter ban, which is definitely something that the Dermat could be setting towards up. So clearly, we're probably just going to be getting a lot of mid lane bans right now, just to make the mid lane match a bit more comfortable for either mid laner as well, for Skycold as well, for Chainers, and Kassadin's going to get banned away. Kind of two weird bans if they are looking to play an AD mid laner. Both Orianna struggles into a lot of AD matchups, so does Kassadin, so therefore I am quite inclined to think that this probably is not going to be Nocturne going mid, but it could also be a bit of a deterrent to like put them like, hey, we're banning these champions, we're not looking to play Nocturne mid because Nocturne beats these champions, and then we're just gonna hover over away, and instead we're gonna finish up with an Alistar. So definitely Nocturne is still available. It is something Chainers can still pick up on, but if you think about it, they've got a fairly weak, well, not very weak, but very squishy comp. So Bruiser Nocturne probably could beef that up a little bit, especially with a Moonstone Karma eventually making everybody kind of unkillable.
Yeah, and that would give them a lot of map pressure from the fact that they have the Talia, who can get to lanes very quickly. They have the Nocturne, who can also get to lanes very quickly. You can see they're locking their rel, they're hiding their mid lane pick for last. They want to make sure that they can get a good pick in this mid lane.
And that's definitely something I'm not. If this does turn out to be a Nocturne mid, I don't really understand the pickup for Rel. I think saving the support potential flex to fifth pick, you could obviously, flex the Karma back to bottom lane if it turns out to be to the mid lane matchup to be a bit too hard or something. So definitely being able to pick a support that the Ral can hard carry on would have been much better. But instead, it's going to be up against a Poppy and up against a Poppy. So. And I feel we haven't seen Soul
right now.
We haven't seen Soul in this league at all once yet, but it's definitely a meme, and it's gonna be the Cassiopeia in the mid lane. And if this is Nocturne mid, I'm not particularly excited about how the draft for Chainers went. They could have definitely saved some other picks to be more made sure that they are the stronger lanes. But right now,
it's the thing that I noticed
Team
for Bruv. They have a lot of dash control right here. They've got the Poppy Steadfast Presence. They've got all the slows that come out from Ashe. They've got the amount of zone control that Hecarim and Gnar can provide, and the Cassiopeia's Miasma.
And I don't know how I like that. It gets ended up with a virus, and that virus is most likely going to go into the middle lane, and it's most likely going to be an AP. We have seen some AP virus lately. It does crazy, insane damage. And also, it could be an AD lethality virus, and if it is, then it's definitely something interesting that we have not seen. In this league just yet. But I'm kind of wondering what Chainers are really looking to do in this kind of game. They've got not a lot of options if the game goes south. There's a lot of engage that Team Bruv can do. There's a lot of disengage, especially as well. So. If the Ral engages don't go to plan, that's pretty much their only plan. If this Talia doesn't get super far ahead, it's just going to be super difficult for them to make anything happen on the map.
Indeed.
And as we've been talking, Steven kind of just died in his chair right then and then. He's probably going to get a soda and collapsed in the kitchen on the way down. But by the looks of things, we are just waiting for the guys to finish up with the in-game champion select so that we can definitely get into these games as quickly as possible. But if we talk over some of these potential drafts, chainers with the likes of the Karma, the Kai'Sa, the Ral, the Virus, and Talia, you can kind of look at they're looking to play the long game in a way. But then you've only got Karma and Virus to kind of keep sieges away. Talia kind of wants to poke a little bit. She wants to be able to get into these team fights and do these incredible amounts of damage. But then you've got a Ral, which is kind of going to be isolated because there's nothing that will actually follow the Ral unless she gets a big engage and pretty much is tanky enough to survive diving into the team that Team Brothers has put together. The Poppy is there to potentially stop any form of engage that there will be. You've got the Ashe with the Ashe arrow to pick anyone off that she will want to. Gnar is definitely going to be something difficult as Karma, has the ability to bully out Gnar in the early stages with her sustain, but then again, Gnar is also a ranged carry, and he can hold his own, farm up the lane, get to his level 6, and become this powerful presence on the map that it'll be very difficult to stop. We don't need to talk about Sky Skull's Cassiopeia. He's proven time and time again that no matter what teams try to do against it, he prevails pretty much every single time. And then there's an addition of a Hecarim in a game like this, where you have fairly 4 immobile squishy champions that he can just run straight into. So, it's definitely going to be an interesting game, and it's definitely going to be a hard one for Chainers. I'm guessing they are trying to challenge themselves as much as possible at this stage of the game. They haven't lost a single game in this entire split, so by the looks of things, they just want to pull off what they can. And as we remember, Vazid is pretty much a big Kai'Sa player, and he's definitely very good at it. So, he could pretty much whip out anything out of the hat, whatever he wanted. So, it's gonna be an interesting one to watch.
So, one thing that I do still want to point out is that this is a very heavy AP draft from the side of Chainers. So what I want to point out, this Varus in the mid lane, I very much doubt that's an AP Varus. That is probably an AD lethality Varus right here coming in. You're not really going to be able to get into auto attack range of the Cassiopeia if you ever get that close. Miasma comes down on your face. You're not a very maneuverable champion. You could definitely get run down quite easily by the Cassiopeia. You are able to stop her healing a little bit using the E on the Varus. It does apply some grievous wounds while you're standing on it, but overall, yeah, I don't expect to see an AP Varus just because it really does stack the amount of AP damage that this team has.
And it's probably something they really don't want to run, right? The AD Varus adds a little bit of extra, different kind of damage, especially where they'll be looking to poke, but there's a problem here, and that problem is pretty big. The front line is all going to primarily build armor at this point. Pretty much every item you can buy is armor based. If they buy armor items, the only thing that they have to really worry about is Talia at that point. And Talia is going to be only hitting one person a fight, and that's going to be most of the time the front line, or if she can get into the back line. So, really, figuratively speaking, only Gnar and Poppy only just have to build armor, and all they have to do is just get on top of this Varus, because the only thing that he does good is to stay at range. If he doesn't stay at range, if everybody's on top of him up close, he's just going to die every single time. And at that point, what are you going to be able to do? If your main poke damage, AD damage goes down, and Kai'Sa is pretty much the only one left with no front line, it's definitely just going to be very difficult for that team to be able to deal when you have a chem tanked Hecarim just running straight at you with an Ashe arrow following you. So, and definitely what will they be able to do if Dark Enclave gets ahead early? There's very little answers that they have. Kai'Sa is an insane scaler, so definitely, she could be able to do something a lot in mid game and late game, but as a lone champion, it's going to be very difficult, and definitely they're trying to challenge themselves in this game today.
Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see, depending on which way this game goes, what differences we have coming out in the draft. If we see any flexes, any of these champions get banned out, or if teams decide to just draft different champions up afterwards. Something I do want to keep an eye on is this Poppy into Rel matchup, because I'm not sure how much either side of this will have played in this bot lane, but this is definitely something that could really punish the Rel.
pairing up an Ashe with a Poppy is, you know, probably something that you don't necessarily want to do. As you can see, Poppy is definitely the answer to the Raul. It is pretty much a direct answer to that champion. You know, you want to stop those engages coming in, but the problem is the counter pick is down to execution, right? If Strong Ewok cannot press W like he can't press R and Seraphine, you know, against the Raul, it's going to be difficult for him to actually stop these engages. If the Raul manages to get the engage off, then him picking Poppy is essentially useless apart from being able to use an ultimate. But then the question is, who is he going to use this ultimate on? Because the only person that will be face first into their team is going to be this Raul. You know, everybody else is going to be standing fairly far away. So the question is, how are they going to play these fights, and you know how they will be able to execute what they've done. You know, Poppy Ashe. Ashe is not the highest damage AD carry in the early game, and Poppy really just kind of want to do some of these traits she wants.
Ashe,
She wants
though.
level 1 Ashe can slow people down, but as you progress through levels, she doesn't do great all-in damage compared to, you know, a Kai'Sa, right? Put a Kai'Sa in a 1v1 situation, she's going to be able to do a bit more damage than an Ashe, you know, especially paired with certain supports. And you know, as we're loading into this game, we can definitely see the kind of summoners we went everyone's going for, and Raul's gone for the Ignite, which is you know, pretty much kind of surprising. I would be preferring the exhaust, maybe the exhaust and the Kai'Sa, you know, because the heal preferably is just not going to let you survive in the later stages of the game, whereas an exhaust potentially might do. You know, there's a Hecarim running straight at you, plop the exhaust on him, reduces damage by a whole bunch, and then maybe you'll be able to survive, because especially if he's tank, you're going to be able to reduce a lot of his damage and coming at you, whereas if you just heal 300 HP, you know, you might not survive that either. So the question is, there's no exhaust on that team, and that could definitely spell disaster eventually at some point. And strongly hoping going for the exhaust when, you know, when a lot of the team is ranged, then he's going to have to get into the thick of things to be able to pop that exhaust, and he's going to be the only one being dealt damage to at that point. Then it's definitely an interesting choice for sure, especially when he wants to find the early skirmishes, you know, find the early fights where he could utilize an Ignite. So definitely some of the choices are fairly interesting. Definitely they thought them out themselves as well. So we are going to see how that will go, and well, we're in game.
Indeed we are. And as we load in, we get to see the sort of items that are being brought up here. So we can see that the Doran Shield coming out for the Gnar, fairly expected. You know the Karma's going to poke you early, especially when she's taking Airy, so why not take the...
Yeah,
why not take
yes,
the thing
definitely.
that will let you go in? For some reason...
Yes,
camera
definitely,
is
but
set to
however, we
manual.
seem
Let's
like...
go.
It sounds like a lot of people are storming down the middle. I am so sad that nobody's opted to do a level 1 fight. You know, it's game 1 of finals. You know, you can end it in 3 games and, you know, be the G2 of Coral League, but you could play the series out, you know, have a little bit of fun, but by the sounds of it, everyone wants to take it, you know, as calm as they possibly can. You know, George, however, does not know that he could push up a little bit further, you know, probably place a cheap ward into the blue side, find out whether they're starting, but, you know, he doesn't really want to take any risks right now. And it's definitely contenting to just staying in his little brush and just making sure nobody goes into his side of the jungle. And yes, this is why you don't stand still. You know, you're able to take a little bit of poke damage. Yeah, and you gave, you know, you gave 6 mana to the Varus. That is not acceptable.
He might have taken Mana Flow.
I would expect he'd take a Mana Flow, but it's the Arcane Comet, so he's going to be looking to poke that Cassiopeia down in the early stages of the lane as well.
Double bot side start, nothing really unexpected there.
Yeah, and I'm really expecting for both junglers to just do a full clear, right? I was expecting Ving to kind of skip Krugs, do him on a second comeback into the lane when he's got level 2 camps all over the map. As right now, this will slow him really hard compared to Clade to get into this top side, right? They both starting on the bottom side. They want to get to the top side skull, secure some vision for the top side of the map, and then that will allow them obviously to, you know, figure out a plan, what they want to do after. For example, if, you know, if Dark Enclave overextends, Clade has an easier chance of ganking if he's taking a Scuttle Crab. But right now, as you can see, Clade is already nearly finishing
Level
his
2
wolves
first in the
right
bot
now.
lane.
And Strong Ewok just missing.
Heroic charge, not quite getting the stun.
Yes, yeah, just missing on that. But as I was saying, you can see that Clade is just so far ahead in terms of camp speed. He's already starting his route. He's going to be finished those fairly quickly as he is a Tilia. So he's already got a faster clear speed, and he's going to be able to get to stuff that's got faster. But the problem is that Dark Enclave has all the prio in the top side of the map. So this is really just ADing Vink at this point right now. He needs to recognize this advantage and call it down, as Skycold is pretty much winning a priority as well. So Clade is going to have to look at this and probably surrender one or two scuttles, as he's not going to be able to regen too much of his HP after that camp. But by the looks of things, they're both going to commit. Never mind. He is just going to plop a ward to it and try to make something happen into them in the mid lane right now.
You want to see what happens in mid? Thank you, camera.
I don't think anything happened in mid. Probably that's all.
Yep.
But as I was saying, he is going to path towards his bottom side scuttle, and as you can clearly tell, Team Bruv bot lane has recognized this, and they're just not going to let him have it. And that is the problem of having 3 early losing lanes, and at that point it's going to be very difficult. I'm quite surprised the bot lane did not take the Scuttle Crab.
No, they want to leave it for their jungler, get him even further ahead. Really snowball this Hecarim.
I would kind of disagree. One Scuttle is not really going to is going to snowball
the XP
him a lot.
difference is pretty massive.
At this
And
point,
the
I'm
double
guessing.
Scuttle really sets behind Natalia. Like, Natalia does not want to be. I mean, yeah, she ganked mid, but she got nothing out of it. In fact, she actually just put herself in a worse position
Pings
to be in
the jungle.
terms of jungle cliff. So Hecarim now, even though he doesn't have the base, Natalia didn't get anything off the base. She only got a Dark Seal and some boots. But there's nothing really there that increases her power. So Hecarim can invade now for free. And if he decides to take the base with the extra gold that he earned from two scuttles, it can just lead to Talia not having a very fun time. As we see Rel engage, but a good W from
Steadfast
Poppy
presence.
stops engage. But Talia
And
is here, so Ash is going
Should
to
be
take
able
down
to
a
force
lot
a
of
flash.
damage. Yeah, the minefield, the flash does go down. The Void Seeker missing, but Talia keeping on firing, peppering the
Oh,
bot lane
TP
with this.
coming
Jesus,
down.
Hecarim is actually going down, and Nanar is TPing as
Yeah,
well,
it
but it
was
gets
cancelled.
cancelled by the root. The flash and Kaiser was baited. The Hecarim is going to go down. I believe an Ignite was burned out by AJ. It was indeed. The volley coming through from the Ash, but just the flip, just missing from Talia, and first blood to Chainers.
Honestly, a
And that was
clutch
just a
stop there on the teleport.
And that was just such a scuffed play by Team Bruv. They successfully repelled a gank, and Hecarim chooses to expunge his lead on pretty much nothing. His burn ghost. He goes down in the bottom side to Vizid then, and he pretty much gives a lot of gold over to the Chainers AD carry, and this is definitely something that they don't really want to do. And as you were saying, Tilly was put a little bit behind by the double scuttle, and at this point, she's a few CS off, but she's definitely not behind to the point where she can
flash
enhance.
for the-
We talk. Skycold with a beautiful flash ultimate there, taking down Derma. He was not prepared for that, and he pretty much goes down
Yeah,
just as quickly.
Free to stick around there. It's a cannon wave, so you can definitely back and use the time of the cannon wave to get back to lane. He had no mana left, low on health. It's just not the time to stick around.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a massive carry of the play in the bot side was actually the root from Karma. The Gnar was ready he was TPing down, he had full rage, he was ready to transform and hit a massive 3-man knockback into a stun, which would have meant that Team Bruv would have been able to win that fight. But the root from Karma stopping the TP, making sure that the Gnar can't influence the fight, and Hecarim was caught on his lonesome, and then in the end he fell down and first blood was given. But Skycold, flash, ultimate.
Pretty sure Dark Enclave was still level 5 on the start of that TP, so he wasn't level 6. And they were simply looking to probably make something happen, but I guess...
I mean, the 3-man
Use the
stun
numbers
would still be massive.
advantage, I think.
Yeah. Still definitely use that Mega Gnar to great effect, especially to zone, and with the stun and the massive amount of damage that the rock throw, I'm not sure what the ability is called, but the rock throw has, as
Boulder
not...
toss.
Nothing's
Boulder
gonna
toss.
happen.
Just call it rock throw, easier.
Just
Um, Yeah, the boomerang toss coming down? No. The Karma...
so many random skill shots missing in the top lane. The Karma Q just missing a Gnar just a little bit then before we saw a Gnar W kind of missing the karma. Bit of a buggy game, but it is Riot Games, and Dark Enclave is going to knock him
Done
back
it
to the
the
wall.
ult.
And
There we go.
definitely going to pick up a kill after flashing for it and burning the
Meanwhile,
Georgie's
Clade
flash
is
as well.
invading the jungle. Did manage to sneak away that red buff to the mid gank.
And there's the route from Varus. The Miasma going down for Cassio, though, in the barrier. Not enough through the WQ of Varus. Only far to Varus is very... does a lot of damage. But a very good gank. Very well set up by Dermat. And very well executed from Chainers. Skycore does go down, but... now, as you were saying before, Doobie, the lead that the Hecarim gained...
Oh, Dermat stuck
from
around,
the
though.
ult. Yeah,
Ghost
the
was
ultra
out.
coming in from Talia, though, and it actually just leaves
Beautiful
Varus to
CCG.
die. Oh,
He does
maybe
manage to get out with the flash, though.
not. The flash goes to the great come down, and that is the end. Wow, the ignite and a final toss from Talia means the end for Vink on the Hecarim, and he's not having a fun time.
And
not quite have
definitely a
damage.
Nova overextension there. They didn't know. They knew that Dermat had his summoners still up, and that's definitely something you don't want to push towards. Knowing Talia has a hit level 6 as well, and has that wall to go anywhere. With AJ with the crucial worm as well to help out with that one, and they are able to pick up another free kill. And as you see, this is the one thing that you didn't want in Dark Enclave again
Oh,
in
and
this
is this
top
the
side of the
repeat?
map. It might be able to solo kill George
Didn't
again,
quite
but
get the
instead
stun.
is probably just going to get the stun at the end as well, and Clade is going
Side
to...
goes backwards into the minefield. He will use a go. He's pepper down the knob, but the Dark Harvest that does come out, but nothing much comes of it.
Something I would like to point out, we do have the Lethality Kaiser coming out. That is a serrated Dirk picked up first on the Kaiser.
It's I don't know if that's a quicker build into a collector, or if it is going to be the Duskblade. I have seen a Duskblade build not too many patches ago, and definitely was something that players would go towards, but Dermat is forced to use the ultimate there to get away from Skycold's Petrifying Gaze, just in case that he was going to go for that. Bit in a ropey situation, but he's able to just get away, pop the ultimate, get out of there. But as I was saying earlier, Team Bruv have the stronger compositions, and they're falling themselves into these skirmishes where they're simply just losing out right now due to the amount of damage that Team Bruv are able to. And there's the Hecarim Ghost pop, then there's no flash on to George, and he goes down to the Hecarim, he goes down this time around, and I mean, he's the only person inting on that team right now.
I wouldn't say anything. I believe he's just been he's been quite heavily focused. Vink has ganked top the most. He's had quite a lot of topside
Pressure.
presence. And as well, pressure from the Gnar constantly having the priority against the Karma, just I believe due to Gnar's faster clear speed than Karma in terms of the wave. But yeah,
There
Vink
is
has
a lane
spent-
gank in the bot lane.
Yeah, Talia waiting along there, but yeah, the Karma not having a fun time. He's being primarily focused, trying to essentially get him out of the game. But even though his whole role in the game is to go Moonstone Renewer, and not
And
really.
he's wasting so much time down here. Hecarim basically got the free time to take Rift Herald during that, and nothing. He gives up.
Oh, Nari's waiting. He hits the boomerang toss is slow. The E coming out from Karma, and I don't believe he even Mantra W there. I believe he just used the base W.
You can see pings coming down onto the top
Yeah,
lane. They
definitely just
want to do a
pop-
tower dive. Skycold's walking up.
Pops the tether, just make sure that nothing happens. But there's the Rift Herald going down. The tower is going to go down as well. So this is going to be first tower. And Skycold is here just to assist. There's no flash available on George still. And Boulder just comes out. And it's going to get donated to Skycold. And the tower goal as well is going to get split between free and Chainers are just too late to the play. But
Yeah, the Rift Herald
Skycold
Bravo
is
clear the wave.
Skycold is walking straight down to us. That's flash forward by AJ
Oh,
with the Magnet Storm. But he misses everything. And then here's Vink just trying to engage onto the Varus. He's going to run away, and AJ's going to fall as well. Skycold is picking up another. It's definitely didn't go to the way that Chainers wanted it to be, but Vizid is picking up some valid solo XP right now, so that definitely benefiting them somewhat in this.
a massive thing to point out is the fact that even though he is getting his solo XP in the bot side of the map, Punky Boy still has that XP advantage, even though he has less kill participation, which is pretty weird to see, probably from wards being cleared, because he does have an 8 vision score, but so does Kai'Sa. But it's really just weird to see how the Kai'Sa, even though AJ has been spending a bit of time away from the lane, is still down in XP.
So that is down to the EXP of the lane when Kai'Sa and AJ moved up to the middle lane of the map to help Dermat survive the gank by Ewok and Vink.
AJ moved as well.
So Punky Boy was allowed to stay in that bottom side of the map a little bit longer than as Vizita's now is pretty much going to catch up a little bit on XP. As Dark Enclave is made to go towards that bottom side of the map. I'm not necessarily into the switch right now, as even though he is the stronger party of that team, he's definitely not going to be able to take this tower solely by himself, and AJ is missing yet another engage, unfortunately. And at this point, like, Ash kind of can't really overstep in that bottom side of the map, as we can see Clade's in the bottom side. But if Clade decides to ulti down into the top lane, George is doing a good job of freezing that lane, so he doesn't have to overextend for CS. This leaves Ash pretty much with no farm at all, She's way too weak to be able to be pushed in that far, especially solo, but Strongyoke is going to help out a little bit with that. But as you see, Talia is in the top side now, so this is just going straight up threaten any possible, fights towards it. But George is aware that there's somebody that might be lurking for him, and he's just going to get away as quickly as possible.
Yeah, smart warding by George there, just to ensure that he won't step up too far and he won't step anywhere out of line in the lane. So very nice ward there to spot strong Ewok attempting to form an engage. But it's funny to see how Chainers have not really responded to this lane swap. They've just kept the lane assignments as is. I don't really think there is any need to swap them, but I believe they are just trying to they were trying to get more of the plates down onto Nah. I'm not sure how successful that they were.
So we'll have to wait and see if they decide to freeze this top wave. Looks like they're not going to do it, but that would have made George have to push up extremely far and put him in a lot of danger.
And that's the power of Stride Breaker. AJ misses another engage, but a lot of damage goes on onto Dark Enclave. Kai'Sa are doing quite a bit of chunk of damage, and it's not going to be the Duskblade this game. It's most likely just a quick way to get the Collector. But as we're talking, Vink is looking to punish George yet again. There is a flash available this time, and it's going to force the flash away from him, and this is going to be definitely very tough, But the Karma has got the Moonstone, has pretty much every available resource to her to still be fairly useful even during the game. But we're getting a tower dive onto Dark Enclave, and he overstayed a little bit, and great little tower dive, but the kill gets picked up onto AJ Styles, not on Zedrus, which is the primary carry you would like it to be.
It was a nice attempt to turn it back around by Dark Enclave, but I think really you need to just turn onto AJ at that point. You're never going to get the Kai'Sa killed there. At best you can trade one for one, so why not at least try and make that trade?
Yeah, but it was really just a well-executed dive by Chainers. They just knew that the Hecarim wasn't nearby to assist Dark Enclave. So they just went for the dive and it worked out for them. Unfortunately, the kill did go over to AJ.
Ash Arrow is available in the top side, and George is trying to
They're waiting for Skycold.
Freeze the wave. They are waiting for Skycold, but the longer they wait, they miss the arrow. Flash forward by Ewok into the wall, gets the heroic charge. The kill is going to go down. And Skycold is stuck a little bit between Atelier and the tower.
Just walk out.
Dermat messing up the key ultimate.
He wants this fight.
There's the ground. I see actually flashing away from that. The good key by Rel does get rid of the barrier, but the exhaust coming down probably a bit too late. Poppy's now probably going to go down. Yes, does the Talia. Picking up the kill with the seismic toss and the Kai'Sa with the killer instinct. Kill going over to Dermat on that Varus. But what seemed like a good play for Team Bruv was turned around very well by Chainers.
And definitely a super delayed play there. They could have easily made it happen. The crystal arrow missing wide, wider than Yankos' spears. But unfortunately, the play didn't work out. Skycold kept his petrifying gaze for so long. I wonder what happened to his R-key, but the play really didn't work out for his team there. And
I'm mostly surprised when they saw the collapse coming on that Cassio didn't just walk back through the top tower. The minions were under it. They were tanking the tower. There was nothing
you know,
to
it still
stop,
had,
stop
and
him
still had the,
doing it.
I believe, still had the flash available. I believe so. Definitely could have straight up just flashed through the tower. Would have been able, but George is going to get caught up by Dark Enclave. His entire team is around, and we're going to get tethered up, take a little bit of damage, but that's a lot
Strong
onto
Ewok
George,
takes-
and he's going to go down. Meganar's not going to come through in time. Vink is going to get caught by the Rangate. He's going to be forced to use Ultra Petrifying Gaze, lands onto Zed, onto Vizzy, and Skycold is dropping dangerously
Leah.
low. If the Crystal Arrow goes wide, and Skycold picks
Skycold.
up Blade with a perfect outplay onto him there with his
Just
poison.
Dermot and AJ left.
And Dermot and AJ are going to be forced to run away from the dragon as Vink is still alive and Clade has fallen, unfortunately.
Team Bruv was brought low enough though that they can't do this dragon.
And it
Yeah,
seems like they
what's critical about that was the fact that the Talia shutdown actually went onto Skycold, and obviously the Cassiopeia you would expect in the late game with that Conqueror instead of something
Or
like the Phase
TP.
Rush. Or the
And
TP.
AJ's being put in, be doing the Atomica right now. He's dying for a ward. He's going to pop the locket
gonna-
there.
a
He's going to
True
use the
support
W.
play.
He's going to use the W. The shield is going to wear off any time second. He's going to go down. Dermot still has flash available, so he's not going to go down too quickly. But never mind. Vink does pick him up in the end, and he lives just barely. But as I say, that Dark Enclave gets taken down, and
Power
George
king.
gets his revenge. He goes down, and the Karma is now 1-5. And Strong Ewok,
Oh.
what are you doing? Spinning that giant hammer above your head to celebrate your death a little bit there. But Clade is here. I think is back in base, and that's definitely going to be a free dragon going over to
That's a
Chainers.
smart read by Chainers, seeing how low Vink got in the mid tower, realizing that he'll want to back, and just taking the dragon.
Definitely very smart play indeed. They found an opportunity, they capitalized on it, and you know this is what separates Chainers from any other team. They're able to read the plays, they're able to read the map, see what is going on, and make good decisions. They don't make erratic decisions. They go for fights that they know they want to take, and they don't feel forced to do anything in the game. You know, George may be 0-5, but as you can see, he's still able to do things on the map, even being super far behind in terms of gold.
Yeah, and as well, George picking up being able to play stuff like the Karma top lane does allow AJ to completely focus more on the engage aspect of things. Now, it's not the best game for him to be engaging in on. You have the Steadfast Presence from Poppy, and the Gnar, the ultimate that can deny quite a lot of engage from the Rel. But really, the Karma will then, obviously during a team fight, demote herself to more of a peeling type champion where the Kaiser gets that Moonstone Renewer, gets all that healing, and is able to keep alive during the fight where people would not expect her to be able to stay alive.
I
And
want to go
allowing-
for a tower dive.
Yeah, they did. Gnar is sizing up for this tower dive. He does leap in, hits the boomerang toss. The Stride Breaker comes out. The Talia wall is coming in, but Gnar does get rooted under towers a very small way. But the flash forward actually dodges the Q. Doesn't matter. Dermot is going to pick up the kill. And yeah, but
They will open the mid tower for it, but not really worth it.
yeah, and Kaiser seemingly has been caught out using that killer instinct to dodge the devastating charge, and Hecarim is forced to run away. But smart killer instinct from Vaseed to dodge the devastating charge and onslaught, whatever it's called. I'll call it onslaught of shadows. Oh, shit.
The siege just straight up smurfing on everybody there with a beautiful killer instinct, as you've said, as that's definitely going to irritate Vink a little bit. Just missing up a fairly free kill, but you know, Dark Enclave probably a bit too eager into that tower dive there. Unfortunately, couldn't make it happen. You know, as I was saying, Chainers, they don't take unnecessary fights. You know, they're not forced into these plays, and seems like Team Bruv, you know, they really want to make something happen on the map. They want to really get these leads instead of simply playing out the composition. But I think he's going to get caught out. He's got no ultimate. He's got no onslaught of shadows, and he goes down to Clade, who is forced to flash away a little bit there. That was no Mega Gnar threat, but he's going to flash away regardless. Doesn't want to take a risk.
Yeah, without the deep vision, he doesn't know where the Poppy is. The Poppy obviously to use her steadfast presence to block the Flash, or to use the heroic charge and to stun him into a wall. So the Flash may not have been necessary from our point of view, but it was for Clade for his own safety, especially with that 300 gold shutdown on top of his head.
Yes, definitely. Just to say, Flash doesn't get stopped by Step 5 Present, just dashes.
Yep. I swear Flash does.
No, it doesn't. Flash is a blink. Blinks don't get stopped, and Crystal Arrows misses yet again. I was wondering if Clade wants to walk straight into it. It looked like he was walking towards it on the map, but the arrows have not been the greatest for Punky Boy this season. It's probably the only thing that he's been really struggling on the Ash. But you got to keep trying to get it right, and hopefully they'll be able to get a good engage with that arrow anytime soon.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Obviously quite a not a key part,
for 1v1.
Yeah, forcing away the flash on Karma, but the Leandri's way taking down
is
his
just
buzz.
so disgusting.
Yeah, and I think he's going for the demonic embrace third item as well. So the amount of burn that Sky Cold will be doing will just be disgusting, especially against the squishier targets of Chainers,
Which are pretty much all of them. Just
Yeah.
AJ Styles there.
yeah.
Yes, definitely. This Cassiopeia is going to hurt a ton. It's going to get to a point where you just simply won't be able to walk up towards it. And the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to get for Chainers. It's only a 2k gold lead for Team Bruv. They've got 3 towers, and it's just going to get so much harder for Chainers to be able to siege these towers. They've got right now 0 taken on the map. They'll be trying to fight for these dragons, but as we can see, Ocean Soul. It's going to be the soul, and definitely if her Team Bruv are able to capture that one, then it's going to be difficult. But as we see, we get a teleport into the Baron, and looking like they're going to try and rush it down. Punky Boy is not here, so a big portion of AD damage is not here as well. And here comes Clade. He's going to block people into the pit. The Baron's down to 3.5k. Looks like they were going to go towards it.
Poppy's charging the ult.
Poppy's charging the ult. Enchanted Crystal lands onto Clade.
They're finishing it.
Sniper Present is going to go, but that's a free man in our ultimate. He gets them all in. Killer Instinct trying to get away. Dark Enclave is running dangerously low. AJ Style is going to go down as well to Punky Boy at the end, and George is going to deter Sky Cold away, but that was an impressive engage on the side of Dark Enclave. Zed managed to survive in that encounter though, and that's definitely
Nice
on the
sidesteps
positive
from
for them.
Sky
But Sky Cold is going to hold down this mid lane for a little bit longer as well.
And
Now, what
not
was
only is that a 2-for-1, that's a 2-for-1 where you kill the Talia and get some Dark Seal stacks off her. And the Baron.
Scrumptious.
With Varus ult.
Scrumptious.
It's an interesting Varus build. Have you guys seen this build before? Muramana lose?
Yes, so as I was saying, it is the AP build. So it's when you go the Muramana, which empowers your damage, your abilities with extra damage because of your mana, and then you build into AP. So you pop the ult onto somebody, you wait for you get the free stacks of your W passive onto them, and then you Q them, dealing immense amount of damage. The 1k kind of damage with a single Q, and seems like that is exactly what he's going here towards. It's mainly been a Bounce FFF playing it quite a lot lately. Not many other players have been really whipping it out, especially pro players, but it's definitely a fairly strong build. But as you guys were saying, you were hoping for that AD Varus to be able to, chunk, to be able to deal with the front line.
Damage. At the moment, you're looking at, if you're on Team Prof's side, you're looking across and you're seeing 4.5 AP champions at this point. Kai'Sa, of course, will deal quite a lot of AP, even if she does build
Kai'Sa
AD.
still does max percent, like health percentage damage. So even if people buy a lot of armor against her, she is still very good. She's still, or even MR, she's still very good champion in terms of she'll still do a big chunk of damage. The problem here is now you have a siege poke champion that is just going to do nothing to the front line. He has to hit ultimate to do this insane amount of damage, and if Skycold just dodges the Qs, he's just never going to be forced off waves. And as we can see, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
Moving,
and just
cut out.
quickly, I'm going to bring it back to the 5-4 because the Enchanted Crystal finally hits.
Into heroic charge, into miasma, into the knock-up. Nothing Rel can do there.
And that
Surprising person I was
combo.
about to compliment goes and runs it down, but in that fight at the Baron Pit where everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, what a Gnar ultimate!" I think the critical thing was that AJ did not get hit by the Gnar ultimate. He managed to get the counter engage with the Magnet Storm and crash down. That meant that even though the Gnar ultimate and the Gnar engage was so good and it was so strong for Team Bruv in that fight, the Magnet Storm and the amount of CC, Karma is, I think, dead here. Yeah.
Oh, and the flash forwards. I'm not sure it was needed. One more mini auto should have done it, but maybe you didn't have the time to get the last auto off.
Yeah.
And as you can see, a singular Varus Q is not even able to kill the backline minions with the items he's got. That is just making it such much. I mean, the minions were slightly still Baron empowered, I believe, but that's just making it that much difficult for them to just deal with these minion waves that are pulling on in. They don't have a reliable mid lane source that can wave clear these waves super quickly and effectively. But
their only effective way against Baron minions is the Kaiser at this point. Varus doesn't deal enough AD to effectively clear them.
Baron is already worn off, so this is just one of the good news that's available for Chainers, but the bad news is they're just simply going to get outscaled at this point. You know, they may have this Kaiser with a Karma pick, but the problem is the Karma is 1 and 7. The Karma's only got 2.5 items built. You know, she's going towards this Ardent Sensor. It's lucky that they're playing this Karma top because it's fairly a low eco champion. You don't need a lot of gold to make it work. But the problem is the Karma's never with the team. The Karma's always split pushing. The Karma's always in the side lane, and because the Karma's always in the side lane, she cannot help these team fights. And then the time she's in the team fights just go completely the opposite direction that they will want them to be. So definitely, it's just something that they need to look towards, especially if Team Bruv are going to look to stack these Ocean Dragons.
Indeed. And we've got a little bit of downtime in the game here. We've got a minute until both Dragon and Drake are spawning. The timers are pretty much synced up.
The Dragon and Drake? You mean the Dragon and Baron?
Dragon and Baron, yes. I mean, it's kind of like a big dragon.
It's kind of like
wormy
a big
dragon.
Big wormy dragon, but definitely it's probably something that Team Bruv are going to prioritize a little bit more. You know, the threat of them stacking Ocean Dragons is worse than them picking up a Baron. But then again, I say that, and there's just very little wave clear on the side of the team of Chainers. So
yeah, remember they did take 3 towers, I think it was, with that Baron. I think they took the 3 inners.
Yeah, definitely. So the threat of both is, you know, relatively high, and they don't really want to lose either. But the problem is if they take a big fight yet again and they lose it, that can really just mean the game's over. So they need to allocate the resources and the time properly in these fights, and so they need to know. But it seems like Team Bruv are willing to go for this Baron instead. They're trying to death push a little bit.
It's ready to go.
And Mega Gnar is going to be online in a second, and there's no flash available though, so he's only just got the jump and stride breaker available. But he looks like he's going to go for it, and he misses it completely.
But they're forcing.
Great crystal arrow, and George is going to go down. He's not even able to deploy any shields, and Clade is just slowed to death as Vazid is forced to use the killer instinct to survive, and Dermat and AJ gets zoned out by Skycold, and this is going to mean the inhibitor is going to be to be broken up there, and the tower's going to go down any moment now. The wave clear is there though. AJ's going to try and counter engage, but the Poppy is there with the steadfast presence, and it just means that AJ is going to die yet again, and well, that's probably just going to mean that Baron is going to be the next objective, while Skycold is going to look to try and take the Baron for himself, the dragon for himself, I mean.
Team Bruv decide, you know what? We could keep forcing to get this mid tower, but let's just take the safer play. Let's take both of the epic monster objectives.
Yeah, they're gonna take the objectives. They've slain the dragon, so Skycold definitely super quick on that. And as you can see, the Ash damage just taking down this Baron super quickly, and there's just nothing that Chainers can do. They're just being run down. And that's a 9k gold lead available for Team Bruv right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Team Bruv slowly starting to go into their own. Their composition slowly, you can see it slowly starting to work. You can see that Chainers aren't able to really keep up, especially with that 3-item Cassia, or 4-item Cassiopeia, sorry, as that Rylai's on top of the Ashe slow. The Ashe just constantly slowing down. The Poppy able to deny any engage in the Gnar, and Hecarim able to just really run rampant in the back line and force some really good, well not force, but generate some really good engages for the side of Team Bruv. And really got to wonder what Chainers are thinking. What can they do to really not come back into the game, but to try and get a hold of the tempo of the game, because it all feels like it's in Team Bruv's court right now.
Yes, definitely. But as you can see, Punky Boy is on 3 items onto his Ashe now, so he's dealing damage now. He's in this spot in the game where, you know, even if Sky Cold isn't the primary damage source in a team fight, if he's left alone, he will tear through the rally. He'll tear through the Kai'Sa, as we saw in that fight. And at this stage of the game, even Vizid, even with his 3 items, he's gonna struggle just a little bit if, you know, if the Ashes gets the upper hand in the fight as well against him.
And it will just be the slow 1-3-1, or more of a 1-2-1 with Vink floating, but they will slowly push down all of these towers at once.
And mid is going to get opened up finally, like I said before, and bottom is going to go down any moment soon. Baroned up cannon minions are doing tons of damage to these towers, so it's just a slow bleed out for game 1 for them. So, you know, it's going to be very difficult for Chainers to come back from that, as a second inhibitor tower is going to go down, and each inhibitor is just slowly taken. You know, they've got
Chainers just aren't sure what to do. They're hovering between all of the lanes, not really engaging.
You know, as you were saying that in the top lane, we get a little bit of engagement to Vink. He got caught with that ultimate from the virus, and you know, AP virus does a big chunk of damage, especially when you know, even if you have a bit of an MR. But he had his team around him, and Vink was forced to use the ultimate to just get out of there, make sure he doesn't die or give up any gold towards the opposing team.
Team Bravo just happy with that. They took double inhibitor. Almost got the 3rd one as well, but they're happy to just back off, reset, spend their gold, and come back for that final push. Imagine they'd group as a team top side to take the final
inhibitor still stands. This is just going to be very difficult, though. You've got 1 inhibitor and 2 towers, and you've taken absolutely nothing from Team Bruv, and AJ is going to get caught out just a little bit, but Clade is there to deter any form of further engage from side of Team Bruv.
Yeah, absolutely. And Team Bruv probably just waiting patiently, just waiting for the Ocean Soul. Going to use that leverage that the Soul Point does create to see whether Chainers will contest it or not, or whether they just shred straight through it and attempt to end the game.
And this is a very interesting draft, you know. There's a very interesting game, knowing as Chainers haven't really lost a single game, and with the kind of draft they're running, they're making me think that maybe they were trying to run, you know, a fairly hard draft to play to possibly lose game 1, but not purposely lose it. So they can then, you know, take blue side the next game and play the draft that they really want to play to their extent. But you know, I really wouldn't say that they're trying to purposely lose games. But it could definitely be some form of a strategy to just try something different game 1, see what could work. You know, get the feel out for your opponents, and then being able to come back much stronger in the following games. But this is definitely going to put them slightly behind in the series if they do lose this. You know, it's going to be very difficult. We've never seen Chainers in this position before, where they're so far behind with such a much weaker comp. It could be very difficult for them to come back in a game like this. The only other team that's really pushed them to a breaking point was guys in real life that they were nearly able to win even 2 games against them, but in both games Chainers managed to pull absolute miracles out of their butts and being able to bring those back. So it's definitely something that could happen this game, but I wouldn't bank on it, to be honest.
So we saw basically what happened there with Team Bruv trying to push the top lane is they didn't sync up their waves correctly, which meant that there is an engage onto Sky Cold.
Wow, that's a massive pick for Chainers.
But that is the Ocean Soul.
And as I was saying, they are good at pulling miracles out of their asses. They get Sky Gold, they get the big 700 gold shutdown. They lose Ocean Dragon for that, but that's definitely going to buy them a little bit more time. You know, it's going to buy them at least a minute until Sky Gold does respawn. So that means inhibitors should be nearly coming back up at the time of his respawn, and top lane inhibitor has also regened quite a lot of HP, so it's going to be a little bit harder to take. Baron is spawning in just 20 seconds, and Skycold is still not going to be up when that comes online. But knowing the team, bro, they are going to go and up for that, but that's going to be a third Baron they've taken, and, 3 Barons, it's going to definitely be the, if they take the third Baron, that definitely means that the game is going to be over. But as we've seen, Chainers are looking to move it onto this Baron. Clade isn't spotted just yet, but AJ Styles is going to go in. He's going to miss the initial engage, and they are going to turn straight towards this Baron. They are going to try and run this down, but the problem is Vizid is not there. He's not able to add any extra damage. Dark Enclave's got Mega Gnar. This could be devastating. If he lands that, it could be devastating. He gets one-man ultimate instead, but that he gets it onto the Karma, not the target you want, but Dermatic goes down, and Enchanted Kasara hits onto George. George ends up going down. Vazid is life-stealing for his life, but he's just not able to make it. Vink is there to finish it up, and
they're just stopping the backs now.
They're not gonna able to get it. Vink, why didn't you TP to the towers? What are you doing? You could have ended the game already, but this instead, they are going to wait. They are going to kill them all. AJ walks away with shame. He's going to try and stop some of this, but it's not going to happen. He's got no damage left. He's got no health left as well. And game 1 is going to go towards Team Bruv, and it's 1-0 in the series so far.
It's a Team Bruv. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say? It was as soon as the composition started coming online for the side of Team Bruv, you could see they didn't rush anything. They played it super calmly. They played it super well. They engaged not when they felt like they needed to, but when they felt like they had the advantage. They just played super safe. Really, I think in the end, Chainers only picked off Skycold or Punky Boy once after 25 minutes, and that was, or after 20 minutes, and that was even then.
Yeah, definitely. It was going to be a very difficult game for the side of Chainers there. And I don't know the kind of side that they are looking to play this game, but I probably presume it's going to be blue side. We are just going to wait on to some confirmation. And Dermat with... Okay, if you go into chat on the Discord, you see a beautiful little meme that has been made by Dermat already. The game's just over, but we're getting memes already. If somebody could set up the next lobby, that'd be grand.
I am doing it right now.
I've got the one that they wanted to use, so I'm just going to drop it in Captain's chat. So that is blue side, so that's Chainers. Actually, I just said that's Chainers, shouldn't I?
Have they even picked yet?
No, well,
that is a speedily made meme right there.
It is.
I'm guessing they will want the blue side by the looks of things, how they're positioned just right now. You can just probably wait a minute or two. Can we get the meme from chat on stream?
Give me a minute, and I can actually do that.
You could probably open it in the browser and
yes.
show it.
Yeah, slightly ahead of you there. This one, yeah, sure, that probably works. Ta-da! There we go, missing ults, Dermat and Punky together. Oh, how beautiful.
It is indeed a very beautiful meme. Both players handshaking. Well, if you missed the ult, I'll miss my ult too. It's definitely a highlight from this game. Chainers are refusing to tell us which side they want to play on.
They want blue.
And they want blue. So that is Atomica going to set up the draft real quick. Hopefully we can trial the new one. And hopefully it's much better than the other one.
Where's Vink? There he is.
Okay, 1 second. So what do we have? Brains working. Do we have someone set up the pick bands?
Yep, I've done it.
But we were literally just talking about it.
My brain, I'm like reading loads of stuff that's being sent to me. Do we have the link.
Have you been sent the spectate link?
Yes, check your league.
Check my league. Oh, it's in the league. Oh.
Yeah.
What can we do? Dear
Okay,
Mohammed, move. You're making Vink angry.
And then I gotta swap over to
Oh.
this. Haha. We got there eventually. Everything is working. Let's go.
Hopefully.
And both teams are ready. You can feel free to start it up. I could probably have made this a bit cleaner, but whatever.
If it's not, it's not Coral if it isn't scuffed. Okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you
the
could just
Pro
see.
Draft Spectator is nice. Is nicer. I mean, we're trialing out this one, aren't we? So the Spectator one, I don't know why we can see all the champs. Like,
Yeah, it's interesting. We can we can't actually click on anything, but you know we can
Yeah.
scroll and have a look. Like, oh look, these are all the champs. Zara's on
look.
her own because sadly
sad,
she's
Tom.
not good right now.
Tom Kench is classed as a top laner and not even a support anymore. Sad.
Beautiful.
They definitely watched Kip. They've definitely watched you play that champion in the support role
Oh.
and said, not enough of that. We're going to put it in the top lane. But
Ah.
in the pick and bans, Chainers are going to get first ban, and definitely they are going to ban the Shen as again. So strong, you are not going to get a hands on that champion yet, in another game. Probably definitely a little bit upsetting. And Team Bruv again, we're going to get rid of the Rise. You know, the Dermat Nightmare, not the real Nightmare that you might be thinking of, the Tank Nocturne. Instead, it's the Rise is going to get taken off the board. And Nocturne mid is probably something we're going to see at some point during the series. He has played it quite a few times to pretty much good effectiveness, and it's going to be a Gnar ban as well. So they're recognizing Dark Enclave on the Gnar is being a bit of a problem, and they just want to get rid of that one away from him. And I'm guessing the other two bans are also going to be directed at Clade from the side of Team Bruv.
Yeah, I'd expect it probably to be a run back at the first bands. The Ude probably going to come in, but I'm not really sure what changes could change up. Probably just an easier to execute comp as the Azir is banned away from Skyfall. Yeah, just an easier to execute comp. Really, if they're looking to pick the Rel, then maybe banning someone that can counter the engage, like the Poppy. As we've seen, Ewok can play it.
But no,
And
here's
this
how they
was
changed
the
it up.
And this was the mistake. They get blue side, they get Seraphine. Chainers first pick the Seraphine, and Team Bruv opt to ban the Hecarim away. So they don't opt for the handshake, they don't opt for the 1-2, where they give up the Hecarim and they take Seraphine. This time around, they would have. I mean, if they banned anything other, they would have forced for a trade, and they could have got either one of them. But instead, it's going to be by the looks of it, it's going to be the Dr. Mundo, and I'm not necessarily happy about that. Dr. Mundo probably not the best early pickup that you might think, but Clade has been dominating on that champion sometimes. And as we remember, last season he did pop off on that champion. So
It is a interesting pick ban so far. Seraphine being priority for Chainers, as they're saying, you know what, if the Hecarim's being banned, we definitely want the Seraphine. Meanwhile, Dr. Mundo, Senna being picked up for the side of Team Bruv. Senna can be flexed, AD support, you'd expect it to be AD, Mundo can be flexed. Top jungle, so not too much given away so far by the side of Team Bruv. Chainers also hiding a lot of their draft with Seraphine, which can of course be flexed mid, bot or support.
Yeah, the Seraphine Swain coming out. It's like going to be Seraphine Swain bot lane. We all know AJ's Swain. It provided a massive carry performance at some point during the season. I remember it because I was casting it, and it was really majoritively AJ that did a lot of the work. But I believe the Dr. Mundo pick is for the ultimate, so that if the Seraphine lands the charm, it's just almost like a gateway for Dr. Mundo to come in and to attempt to run down the Seraphine. But the Swain and the Ude providing a lot of tanky front line, and he's going to most likely to be a nuisance for the Senna.
Does bring a little bit of AD as well.
And this is definitely setting up for another AD mid laner. This time around, is he actually going to play AD? That's the question.
Oh, the Tarek's locked in.
Is that the Tarek Senna bot lane? So is that going to be like a replication of the Tarek Sona bot lane, do you think? In a way.
No.
Yes, I expect it's probably
Farming
going to be
Tarek.
farming Tarek. Get this Tarek as many items as possible, stack as much armor on him as possible, and wow, he can make you a tank.
It's definitely will be very interesting to see.
Bot.
There's a Tristana ban coming out, so definitely they're worried about Dermat's ability to play that champion in the middle lane, so they want to get rid of it. Skycode's Cassiopeia, though, this time around is going to be taken away. They've realised it's, better to ban a Cassiopeia instead of an Orianna, and they're going to have a little bit of a field day. That one in Nocturne, though, is going to be banned away this time, so they're recognising that there's a possibility of it coming out this game, and they're just going to get rid of it as well.
Yeah, as well. They do have Senna, who wants to be obviously the carry in the backline, wants to deal quite a lot of damage with that Ginsu's and Kraken Slayer. So getting rid of basically a champion that has a free jump onto the Senna is obviously very optimal, and what Team Bruv don't want to go against. But we'll see what Chambers decide to ban. They do ban out the Kassadin, they're just stopping those late game mages from Sky. They're trying to deny it from late game mages. Skycold, as he does really come into his own during the late game.
Look at the late game power of Bruv so far. You've got a Senna Tarek. That team fight late game power is insane.
I would not be surprised to see Skycold go on.
And definitely, there's also a Mundo, and oh my god, that's a Vayne locked in.
That's a Vayne mid.
Or is it a Vayne top?
That's Sky's called Vayne again.
That's Skycold's Vayne mid.
Oh.
That was an interesting infest watching, and instead it's going to be answered with a Lucian mid. So Lucian versus Vayne mid, not an often matchup that we can see in the middle lane, but this time around we will, and we'll see who prevails in that one. Final pickup, probably definitely going to be the top laner, and it's definitely saving the last one for George. Probably, Cho'Gath here would be very good right now. The Cho'Gath pick would mean, even though Vayne can shred through him, that there's going to be a lot of objective control. Instead, it's going to be the Camille. It's going to be George. Never mind, it's going to be George's Wukong instead. So they are looking to be more of a team fighting composition. They've got the Seraphine, they've got the Swain, they've got the Wukong. They want to team fight these as hard as possible. And when it goes to middle to late game, Seraphine is a lot better than Karma. She's going to keep this team alive, as we watched before. And by the looks of things, it's going to be a Cho'Gath, and it is, so that could be a Cho'Gath jungle or top.
I wouldn't be surprised to see any jungle and a Cho'Gath top, really, but
even definitely so. Both teams incredible compositions. There's not really any effective magic damage on the side of Team Bruv, though. But this time around, the competition is a bit more even. Both teams have a chance of winning this game evenly, so I'd say it's good.
Yeah, I agree. Both teams really have quite strong drafts. They're all on champions that they're very comfortable with. I'm not sure if actually anyone got a pick they've either been forced on, anything like that. So it should be a very good, I'd say a very explosive game, really, especially the mid lane. You got an early game ADC in Lucian. Obviously, Lucian really enjoys his level 2 all-ins. Lucian does enjoy bullying in the lane. But you do have in the top side as well the Wukong, the Ude running around, Dr. Mundo also running around. It's probably going to be... I'm not really sure where to pinpoint where the action points will be, really. But
so I imagine there'll be a lot of early action, potentially around this mid lane, trying to get the Lucian to be strong. We might see some action around the top lane. It's quite gankable from both sides if you know how to play ganks correctly. The only thing that I'd imagine there's going to be absolutely nothing in is this bot lane. I think we look towards the top side of the map for where the action is going to be. I really doubt you're trying to get a lot of kills with the Seraphine, Swain, or the Senna Tarek. If someone's dying in that lane, something's gone terribly wrong for one team.
Someone is engaged when they shouldn't be engaging.
Someone's flashed under a turret.
Oh damn, I thought we could dive. But, or maybe there'll be something forced with that.
Oh,
dot someone
dive!
doing.
I thought you said die! Oh.
Just it makes it interesting. It makes the games interesting. But yeah, I just say in the mid lane, a lot of action in this mid lane.
Definitely
Then
the
it
mid
can-
lane is going to be the lane. I mean, it'll be top lane and mid lane, the lanes to watch. Bot lane, not much is really probably going to happen, as we've kind of seen. Nothing it tends to happen in the bottom lane with the chainers, to be honest.
Yep, I would imagine.
I mean, a lot happened last game. A lot happened.
That's true.
Eh,
What did
can't say
happen?
that after.
I mean,
Oh.
it was about a play or two, so I wouldn't call that a lot.
I know,
It-
but
Stuff happened.
Tell me which lane had more stuff in it. Like during the laning phase.
mid and top.
They did. You had top that had like what, a couple solo kills. There wasn't anything like attempting for gangs. Like Vink was bot side quite a bit in the first couple stages. You had Talia attempting as well to get a couple of lane ganks off, but they never worked.
That's what I meant. Never happened.
Yeah, but they did, because the Talia was in the bot side, so they were looking for something. So chainers do look for stuff in the bot side, especially when, well, obviously not in this game because Clyde's on Udin. When Clyde's on someone that spam ganks, like the Talia, like the Java, he does attempt to make lane ganks work, and he does attempt to actually catapult this bot lane ahead. Because the seed went ahead can absolutely hard carry it.
He does have the lane this time around. He does have an easier time to pretty much engage in that bottom side. He's got a Sway, he's got a Seraphine to lock somebody down, and if one person gets hit by something, they're pretty much going to die. So it's definitely going to be a hard lane for Ponky Boy and Ewok there to probably sustain through a lot of this damage. But it is Tarek, and I don't know, he just presses Q and you get all your HP back. So that's going to be fairly easy to deal with.
So what do you guys think about this mid lane matchup? Lucian into Vayne? Has anyone seen it before? Outside of the bot lane where the supports pretty much dictate the early laning phase?
So both champions are incredibly good solo lane champions. Like, the only problem here is that the Vayne is going to beat him no matter what if you get to a later stage in the game. This Lucian has to make something happen in the early game, has to put this Vayne behind, otherwise he's going to be the one who's going to get put in the dumpster. You don't get anything on Lucian by simply farming. Farming is what this Vayne will want to do, and you can guarantee that at some point Skycold will look to flash in, to look for the solo kill. Lucian has this combo, and if he's going to try to have an auto attack fight against a Vayne. We all know how that will turn out, and the true damage passive Silverbolt will definitely hurt at some point, especially once he gets to his Kraken Slayer and then starts looking for his second item. And Lucian is going to struggle as well because, well, he's the main source of physical damage apart from the Wukong, who's going to be looking to be hitting the backline, but the Lucian is going to be primary damage to try and take down the Mundo and the Cho'Gath. And I don't think he is the one able to really do that in this game.
So I do wonder if the Tarek early pick was a setup for this Vayne as well. Because Vayne, very low range ADC, someone that you definitely would usually need some sort of protecting if jumping forwards into an enemy team, and Tarek ult, what an amazing thing to protect your Vayne.
And it's definitely that, the choice of not picking Cho'Gath by George is probably definitely... If they lose this game, it's something that's going to haunt him, really, because right now they've got a front line that's going to be inherently difficult to deal with unless George can, completely slam dunk Dark Enclave on that Cho'Gath. But, I mean, we've seen Dark Enclave slam dunk pretty much every player that he's played against so far, even George. So I'm waiting to see what will happen on actual top lane 1v1 champions like the Wukong, so it's going to be very interesting. And something that I do not like is the fact that Vink has not gone either Ghost or Exhaust on this Mundo. So he's gone the Flash. Whether that's better or not, you never know, but the Exhaust probably would have been pretty good.
Yep, we do have
Yeah.
a TP Lucian, so we'll have to see how Dermot manages to use those early teleports to be able to exert some lane pressure or exert pressure in the other lanes.
Yeah, he's going to probably realized that this lane's not going to be the easiest lane post a certain time, so he wants to have that TP for a little bit of extra map pressure and being able to, take a heavy trade into the Vayne, being able to just recall, go back onto the map and have a HP advantage over Sky Cold as well.
So load in, we get to start to see all of the buys, and the game has been paused. From the looks of it, George was taking a while to go in. That chat might get annoying. I'm going to move that.
So I will take the time to go grab myself a drink.
There we go. Perfect.
Oh.
Now we can still see the amazing chat between the two teams. Because everyone loves to see the chat. So, I mean, we can have a little bit of a chat about some of the things that we see on either team. We do have the Aerie on the Seraphine, or some of that early trading power, definitely to help out.
So as we can see, somebody in the comments pointed out that Cho'Gath shouldn't go Frostfire in this game, whereas in reality, even though Chemtank can be considered probably just a slightly better option in terms of getting to a backline, Cho'Gath never needs to be in the backline in a game like this. He has to stand and stop Wukong and Udyr to go into him. And being able to build this Frostfire, pretty much get so big with the HP, the HP increase. HP increase primarily what he needs this game, and it is something that Frostfire will allow him to give. If he gets at least 1 or 2 extra items, that's extra 200 HP that Chainers have to burn through to kill this man, and it's definitely going to be super hard for him to do so. And if they can't kill this Cho'Gath in time, then that means that his backline will kill them while they're trying to kill the Cho'Gath, and that's definitely going to be very difficult for them to do. But then also, Turbo Chemtank can allow him to get engages much quicker. But I also don't think that's necessarily what's super necessary from him as a champion in a game like this, especially when he already has champions that want to come to him. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a point like that.
The main point here, we want to see a more of a peel style from the Cho'Gath. Get as tanky as you can, stand in front, be annoying. That's what we want to see from the Cho'Gath. It is a farming center as well, something to note. Starting the Doran's Blade, we have the support item on the Taric.
So fairly standard, nothing really out of the ordinary. Maybe both bottom lanes will be looking to just farm up in this early stages of the lane.
I think it's a smart idea as well, because although you do have some extra sustain from Taric having a heal and a shield that he can use, you can see the enemy team has gone for a very poke-heavy lane with the Seraphine and the Swain. So why not just have your center farm who can farm a lot more safely than the Taric could?
Indeed. Also, the primary focus for Chainers here is definitely going to be this mid lane. If you try to focus the Cho'Gath is just going to get tanky. His items are cheap. His ultimate is going to be on a low cooldown. He's always going to be annoying. The problem in this game is going to be the Vayne, and they need to understand this, and they will need to be able to take advantage of this. That the Vayne is going to be weak in the early stages, and definitely doing something to break the flash of Sky Cold, so that Dermot is able to get pressure in the lane, to roam to the silence, to get his silence ahead. Because if he can get the Wukong ahead as well, that means that if he does get to this backline, he's going to be able to one-shot Punky Boy and Sky Cold nearly every time. However, there are 2 exhausts.
You need double pressure, because as you can see, there's actually 2 exhausts on the side of Team Bruv. Sky Cold taking that exhaust in the mid lane, and exhaust on strong Ewoks, so they can definitely slow down a lot of that damage.
So definitely, it's going to be a hard game. The draft is much better if the Seraphine can get to this later stages. The game, it's definitely going to do a lot of damage, and I'm fairly surprised that neither team has really been drafting a Volibear in the jungle, as the champion's just absolutely nuts right now, and I'm pretty sure anyone else can agree, and, you know, Chaina's just asserting a little bit of dominance in the early lane, and, you know, as they've got quite a lot of damage available in their kits in this early stages, as you can see. Quite a big chunk going out from Age Self just to see.
Small trades coming out in the bot lane. Not too much to write home about. Top lane as well is just small trades. Pretty much small trades all across the map.
Yeah, nobody's taking anything too risky. Junglers, this time around, they aren't taking too much of a risky path, as you can see. They're both looking to end up on opposite sides of the map this time. So this time around, you know, Mundo's going to get the top side scuttle, and Clade is going to get the bottom side scuttle. This time around, he's saying, I want to get a scuttle this time around. You know, he's got a push in bot lane, so he's got nothing to really worry about there. But the question is, who is going to make a move on the map first? You know, Mundo is going eventually to get out farmed by the Udyr, but who's going to make the first move on the map? And as we're talking, you know, there's so many shields, so many heals going on in the bot lane that even though they're constantly poking down Punky Boy and Strong Ewok, they're still fairly healthy with all the pots available to them.
This is interesting. Fink is actually walking towards the bottom side of the map. I don't know if he knows that the...
I don't think he used the path, but if
Ooh, that's a lot of stuns down onto Punky Boy. Ignite.
Yeah,
and Punky Boy is going to go down...
Just popped.
I'm surprised no summoners went down to help him. They are fairly disrespectful there. And as we're saying that, the tower dive is going to go down onto Strong Ewok.
He does have both summoners still up. Apparently we don't get
He
to
both
see
have
that.
both summoners. Exhaust goes down onto Clade. He's tanking up the tower. Everyone is trying to tank up the tower, but AJ is going to pick up the kill eventually.
And the tower's doing
Few
so much now.
Few more auto attacks. And Clade is, I think, going to go down to the tower. No, he is not. And that was the perfect tower juggle by Chainers. And just
Punky
like
Boy
that, they
wants
pick
to
up a
chase them
through
down.
kill. But Punky Boy, he's going to waste a little bit of time trying to chase them down. But that was a beautiful tower dive. Textbook performance there. And I mean, weak side police. George is he's going to get ruptured up as well, so he's going to be forced to flash away, but he's going super, super low, and Vink is going to pick up the kill, and again, George is just not up for the good performance this game like he did in most of the split. Top diff is beginning to form, and this is just not what they want. The tank's getting ahead.
I think we do have to be careful on the Wukong early before he starts to get that sheen. Some of the stats that he really needs to be dealing the damage, he will lose this 1v1.
And technically, the real power of Wukong comes when he hits level 6, right? He's going to be able to just all in this Cho'Gath, possibly solo kill him if he plays it correctly. So he's still got a window of opportunity, but the problem is he's got no flash available. So if he does overcommit and it just doesn't work out, he is very able to just simply go down to this Cho'Gath and possibly lose another kill. And at that point, it's going to be very difficult to make anything happen.
Put out pretty much sheerly by the pressure that the bot lane has. Chainers are up over 1,000 gold right now. Getting close to 1,500 gold that comes from the extra kill in the bot lane. There's a 10 CS difference. There's about a 10 CS difference in the top lane as well.
So
CS
right
leads
now,
across
everybody...
the board, actually.
So everybody's having CS leads, and George needs to take advantage of this. He's got level 6. The Rupture's going to land. He's got silenced up, but he's got level 6 over level 5 Cho'Gath, and he simply doesn't take advantage of this at all. Doesn't even try to burn a flash on the Cho'Gath, and that's definitely not going to help him in the later stages, as this Cho'Gath will hit level 6, and he'll be looking to, you know, stack as many of those stacks as early as possible, as that's pretty much his only job right now.
Things coming down for a gank from Team Bruv. It will be matched.
It'll be matching. Vink is going to get spotted by Clade. He's got a lot more HP, but has placed his steel caps on this Udyr, so he's also got a bit of protection to him.
Ice Ward by Sky Cold will spot out. Clade?
He's just going to run through the mid lane towards his blue buff. It's respawning fairly soon. They know this,
Okay,
so...
they've seen this. Will they decide to do the dragon?
The dragon is going to be fairly risky, you know. They should know that Mundo is still around here. There was a pink wood in that brush, and the E has been used by AJ. His flash is available, so, you know, there's really nobody that they can kill here. Flash Goes down.
Oh,
Vink
flashes a bit
mixes
late.
up, but it doesn't matter because he goes down anyway. Strong Ewok taking
So
a
low,
lot
ignite.
of damage. And
Apparently we don't get to see that.
apparently we don't get to see that, but Strong Ewok does get out with his life, and Vink picks up another kill.
Oh,
But
Dark Enclave
here's
might be in
Clade,
trouble.
and Dark Enclave pops his flash very early, but it doesn't matter because there's a lot of damage coming out from that duo, and the kill gets donated back to George. And this is what I talk about when some people just simply don't respect the positioning of the junglers. They knew that Clade was in the top side. Cho'Gath really doesn't need to contest anything there, any of the CS, and just like that, he goes down and blows his flash as well.
And you know what? Early Cloud here. You like that if you're the side of Team Bruv.
And
That's
you will-
gonna let your Cho'Gath stack his ultimate that much quicker.
And definitely, you will like that very much. He's going to be able to stack a little bit quicker. But, you know, Clay taking advantage of this and taking the top side farm of Vink. And that's going to put Vink slightly behind in XP. He's going to pick up his bottom side, but in essence, Clade still has his entire bot side to take. So Clade will be ahead in the XP after this. And that means a little bit of gold as well. So the Clade is slowly going to start his little hyperscale going. But actually, no, never mind. Seems like he's going to make a way back to... They know where the ward is, so he's going to loop back around. There's no ward.
Oh, they know they got Dark Enclave
But there's
flash.
a problem. George doesn't have flash, and Dark Enclave knows this, and he's just going to have to try and wobble his way out of here. He's going to try and trade,
damage.
but it doesn't matter. But actually, never mind. He does a lot of damage, but George, perfect use of the clone, and Clade, good job there as well, tanking quite a bit of damage from Dark Enclave. And Dark Enclave, just like that, just goes down yet again.
And it's not
Yeah,
the end of the world. He does have the TP. He can get back and pick up most of that wave.
Yeah,
Finally got his Ninja Tabby, so that's a lot of damage that will now be blocked.
Really, it's just Dark Enclave not respecting the knowledge that well, he knew Clade was topside, and even though
Ooh, Lucian has
Clade
the
could have
first
backed off
rotation.
and the stun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're waiting for the ultimate from the Mundo to be popped. It is popped. Dermat is also here to try and contest this. Vayne is getting a free push in the bottom side. Vink is going to try and do something here, but he really shouldn't. The Wukong is on the way. George has got the Cyclone available, and contesting that will be a little bit of a suicide, even though you've got a Cho'Gath on your side. And Skycold is
Potential
going
for
to get
three-man
ganked up
gang.
a little bit. He does get rooted up, and that's Swain damage for you, my friends.
this is why I banned him in solo queue. But
And there's a fight coming out in the minion wave.
Yeah, Cyclone is going to get used up. Second proc is going to go down as well, and Dark Enclave just doesn't have the damage, and he dies with the feast available. He doesn't even feast the minion. He's delaying his stacks by a lot now, and this just means that Chainers have a lot more windows of opportunity available this game.
This
yeah,
is it.
absolutely in it.
I don't want him to be saving the feast. I want him to be feasting minions right now. Get those free stats. And then you can start to win the 1v1 later when those free stats are really helping you out. Think about it in these trades.
Yeah.
If you had an extra 100, 200 HP, they might be going slightly differently.
Yes, the root lands, but really, again, it's just a case of picking Cho'Gath against George, who basically plays Cho'Gath for a living on Chainers every time in the regular season. He was on a lot of Cho'Gath duty, as I alluded to in the build-up to the first game. So, really, George is going to know when to engage, what to do, and how to play around Cho'Gath's abilities. So, Dark Enclave just not respecting the Wukong, and especially his power with the Sheen, and as well with the Phage and that sturdy passive. But he now has the Divine Sunderer, so he'll hurt even more as Ewok is rooted again, and forced to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, this bot lane's not going too well for the side of Team Bruv. They're only 4 CS behind now, so it's not really that bad if you think about it, but it's definitely not going to plan. They've got a death each, but right now it's okay. Only just slightly top lane has fallen apart. The Wukong has finally got his Divine Sunderer, so Dark Enclave
In a
is
lot of
pretty much
trouble
really
here.
never going to be allowed to push up, and he might be dying again, but this time around, nothing's going to happen. The Cyclone is going to be kept, and the pressure of dying is going to be yet bigger at every single moment for Dark Enclave.
Yeah, and George has set up a freeze here in the top side, so
This is where
Dark
you should be
Enclave-
saying, Vink, I need you. We need to break
Yeah.
this freeze.
And Dark Enclave still has Feast available, so he hasn't been able to feast a minion. He's probably missed out on free stacks right now, and this is something that's really not good. And it's going to be a Cyclone pop. Silence has already gone down. Rupture is going to go down, but it doesn't matter because... Actually, never mind. It does matter because he's going to flash away, but Clade is here. He's got Ghost, and he's going to pop that straight away. And as I say that, there's the stun. There's the whack, there's the death, and Vink is going to go down as well, and he goes down to Clade's smite. He's not happy about that, and just like that, Clade's able to pick up a freebie with 2, and AJ Style is going to gank Skycold in the middle lane, flash away from his E, but so much damage going down that he simply cannot continue the fight, and there's no retaliation in the bot lane because there's just no damage behind the center and Tarek right now.
And if you're Team Bruv, you do expect to fall behind with these two team comps facing each other early. But this is almost 5,000 gold behind. This is way too far behind.
Yes,
You need to do something to stop this bleeding very fast.
This is again the same curse that they faced last game, where they were trying to make unnecessary plays happen that just don't fit their comp. They should know what their comp needs to do, and their comp wants to survive. They need to survive, and if they do survive, they will win, and that is the general purpose of what they're doing. And right now, they are trying to death bush Vink in his own jungle. He doesn't know it, and oh my god, there's going to be a 4-man collapse. He's going to get rooted up, pulled back. He's got no flash, and he goes down to Khalid yet again. That's a 4-0 Udyr on Chainers, and now they're going to pick up a free Ocean Dragon as well for themselves.
I really think if you're on the side of Team Bruv, you're going oh dear about this Udyr. I'm sorry about that one, that was horrific. But really, the Udyr is now going to be a massive problem. He has the Turbo Chem tank. It's going to be near impossible to stop him. With Tarek stun, the best that you've got is the Vayne Condemn, really. That is a point-and-click stop of the Udyr to get on top of the Senna, or the Vayne even. So, Udyr's going to be a massive problem. The Wukong as well, just constantly pulling away. He's got almost a 1.8k gold lead in the top lane, and there's almost a 2k gold lead in the jungle. There's just gold leads everywhere for the side of Chainers, and it's really just not looking good for the side of Team Bruv. And it's really a case of, if they're looking to scale into the game and they're looking to try and play us out for the late game, we're going to be having this game for about 50-60 minutes if they really want to play like that. However,
I think a stun came out there in the bot lane. Not much is going to come of it though. It wants to show his
And
Vayne.
Vink is just getting bullied up yet again. He goes down to Khalid another time. And this Udyr is just getting turbo fed. The gold is going to be so big and so tanky that it's going to be impossible to deal with. Bottom tower is going to go down eventually after the Herald was used a few minutes ago. And that's the first tower for Chainers, and this is becoming a bigger problem. Dark Enclave has finally been using his feast, so definitely slowly stacking that up. He's got 4 stacks, pretty mediocre at 15 minutes, but he's been put in some situations that aren't ideal, so he's definitely trying his best to acquire that extra HP, but he's 2 levels behind of this Wukong right now.
Acquire his Cho Stonks. Yeah, we can see that his health is actually... Max health is comparable right now to the Wukong's, which is sad when you're a champion that basically gets free ruby crystals by pressing R off cooldown.
Yes, indeed. And AG Styles pitched up a tent in that middle lane. He's been on Skycold's back for this entire lane, and you know, it's really something that they need to do. Skycold 160 CS in 16 minutes. That's a big thing for him right now because, well, simply, he's going to be the solo carry of this team at this point with the way the game's going, and he will need to be. But the problem is, a Herald is going to go down mid lane, and this tower is definitely going down. They want to break down the middle lane, and AJ's here is going to pop I believe is it called I don't even know what's called. Demonic something, I don't know.
Demonic Ascension?
Ascension, yeah. I was thinking of Demonic Embrace, but then I remembered it is the Evelyn ultimate that's called. There's too many demons in this game now, you know, you have to keep track of.
Demonic Embrace is the item. Evelyn's ultimate is Last Caress.
Oh yeah, Demonic Embrace is the item. I keep forgetting There's stuff. There's too much stuff in the game.
It's too many names. They keep changing them every season. How are we supposed to keep up? Like,
Riot don't like casters. But yeah, the demonic ascension from AJ.
It is called the demonic ascension, just like you said. Just went and checked for myself. Yes, confirming that up a bit. And nothing is really happening. And another health stack gets given to AJ. People kind of forget if you walk into his abilities, you give him 3 HP as well. It's just not ideal.
it's not much, but it adds up.
Indeed, it
Is
starts
it
adding
5
up eventually.
HP per ability? Hits, I think.
I think it's something. It's something along the lines. I will consult my Wikipedia page because that definitely will tell me. Doesn't actually give me it doesn't actually give me an actual number. So screw that.
I
Screw
think
using
it's
that.
5.
It is definitely a very slow number, and Dark Enclave is going to get engaged upon yet again. He's going to get towered over. He's flashed under the tower, but the Cyclones are just too difficult to deal with. Rupture goes down onto Clade, but he just doesn't kill him yet again. Clade, that's twice in a row you've got away with murder.
And this tower will go down. The point,
Tower.
one point to point out is that Cho'Gath is not worth as much gold anymore. After 4 or 5 deaths, your gold you give over does go down. So these plays become riskier and riskier for less and less.
At this moment in time, it doesn't necessarily matter whether the gold is worth. They just want to slow down this Cho'Gath, right? They have to slow him down, and
oh, that was a nice cleaver.
he's going to get tagged up by the cleaver. He's going to do a lot of damage, but he's forced to flash away from the stun over the wall, and he gets back to safety into his arms of his demonic partner, the Swain, and now they can hobble on out there while Skycold is looking to farm a little bit in the side lane, as he always does on this vein. And he instead opted for the Gale Force, so he's recognizing that he needs an extra dash to be able to get away from all of this engage.
Yeah, and, you can really see here how Clade's pathing changed. He was heading towards the top side, but then as soon as he saw Vink in
Ooh,
the top
Dark Enclave's
side,
behind AJ and Zedras. Not
AJ
Zedras.
looks like he's potentially been caught out here. Yeah, he has the exhaust going down, and the kill is given over using the feast for the Cho'Gath. But a double TP from the side of Chainers. However, as I was saying about the Clade, his pathing, he was heading towards the top side, and then he immediately darted straight for the bot side to the Drake as soon as he saw Vink in that top side. So even though AJ was unfortunately just picked off there for the side of Chainers, in the end, Clade still manages to pick up the Drake and has a 2-level advantage over this Mundo.
But for now,
And
we have
teams-
7,000 gold down. You take those.
And Team Bruv definitely showing you why you need to flash the Taric stun. They can layer so much CC after that you just won't have an
Skycold.
opportunity. And Skycold is getting caught out. He's forced to flash away, but the blast going on the spot just still gets him away as both Clade and George just give up completely at that point in time.
Yeah, a really smart blast cone usage there from Skycold. Didn't really care where he went with the blast cone. He just wanted the Udyr and the Wukong away from him. So even though it does look kind of funny, the animation where he just decides he wants to take a trip up into the air, the fact that the Udyr and the Wukong, who have the dash range isn't too far. I believe it's only the Wukong that really has a semi-decent dash range, but even then it's not too far. So the chase wasn't on, and he also had the backup of his team coming in.
And
so
then they definitely expected the blast cone to go all the way through, so they were able to get the flash, which is already good enough to get away from the Vayne. That puts her much vulnerable in these situations. And as we were saying, the Rage Blade is going to come out next. It's definitely going to amp up the damage of this Vayne a lot more. But still, they are still so far behind. They're 8 gold behind. They have to really stall this game for as long as possible at this point, right? They have to slow this down. They are most likely going to have to give up every objective available on the map, and I'm fairly surprised that Chainers aren't looking to just sneak a Baron. They are 21 minutes in, and then technically they don't really have that much Baron, that quick Baron damage like Team Bruv did last game.
yeah, absolutely. And an interesting thing to really look at is the Senna stacks. The Senna only has 44 stacks for 21 minutes. Now, as
Farming Senna.
farming's not as good as the fasting Senna, but I mean, farming Taric is probably not what you want. Probably if it was partnered with
Not
something.
in this game.
Yeah, definitely not in this game.
That is Baron started,
And as we said, they've caught them on their backs, and now they're trying to take down this Baron. It seems like Team Bruv don't really know what's happening. Some
he's
pings are
running
going
there.
down. Some pings are going down. Bunky Boy and Strong Yoke were stopped, so the backs are still they're all done. But it's 2k gold
intercepted.
and it's 2k HP, and the smite's gonna go down. The Baron is going to go down. So Team Bruv very slow to react to that one. It was pretty much the only play that Chainers could have made right then and there. But they don't want to throw too many leads, so they don't want to really just commit too much right now.
Yeah, really, I think Team Bruv honestly made the right decision there, not contesting. I don't think that was really for them. Yes, it does give them a Baron at a very early stage, and it can
Oh, they've got a
potentially
route.
take the route onto AJ. Going followed up, followed by the quick rupture from Dark Enclave, but the soul fragments for AJ will heal him right back up.
That was actually Moonstone that healed him up further up to his
Moonstone?
HP. Yeah, so you can
Jesus.
tell Moonstone having so much power right now. And that's another route
Things
landing onto
behind.
AJ. He doesn't have flash available this time. He's forced to pop the Demonic Ascension. Rupture lands. That's a
Yeah,
big
no.
charm. Big charm there. Vizid's showing that you need to use that ultimate a lot earlier in the game. And then you can kind of see how easily they are going to
Here's
take down
Wukong.
Sky. Cyclone, it does a ton of damage. Clay just runs down the flashless vein. And Sky and George just popping off on this Wukong in this back line. He's going to drop dangerously low to the tower, but Dark Enclave survives as well as Punky Boy. But the inhibitor's going to go down, and by the looks of it, they are going to try and end this game now. And just right now, they've got an opening. Just 2 towers in front of them. It's going to be a Cho'Gath and a Senna. So quite tanky and a lot of damage. A feast is still available. Dark Enclave needs to do something to stop the bleed here. There's 1 tower left. They are going to focus it down. Minions are still hitting the tower, but it looks like they are going to back away instead.
Yeah, as I was attempting to say about Team Bruv, they go and throw it all away. Really, by trying to get a pick onto AJ. AJ obviously has that Demonic Ascension, quite a lot of lifesteal, and on top of that, you've got the Seraphine who now has the Groomstone, has the Staff of Flowing Water, and the Moonstone Renewer, attempting to get a pick onto a Swain with incredible amounts of lifesteal with very little anti-heal, or proactive anti-heal, I should say, because they do have reactive anti-heal, but never any proactive anti-heal. So
And
yeah.
that's definitely Seraphine is never going to really auto attack the Tarek, the Mundo, or the Cho'Gath, right? So they will never really reduce the healing that she gives, or well, the others might auto attack as well. But the problem here is that Seraphine is also going for some anti-heal, right? So if she hits these big charms, she's going to inflict a lot of anti-heal on many members at the same time, and that means champions like the Vayne or the Senna will struggle to heal up in these big team fights, especially when there's a Wukong flying around in the backline. So it's definitely going to be super difficult for Team Bruv from now on with the 12k gold lead that they are behind in.
I mean, honestly, I think even if Seraphine uses that Encore and only hits 1 or 2, that it's really just going to be the end of the fight. Because just so much of and Punky Boy seemingly has been caught out here. A very nice cycle. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of damage as the Encore comes through. It does actually miss.
Yeah, nobody extended up that ultimate.
Oh, and AJ actually goes down, but the Lucian manages to pick up the Tarek, who is, without his ultimate, the Vayne is going to be picked up under the tower, trying to use that invisibility, but the double kill over to Dermat, the Wukong picking up the Cho'Gath, and finally Vink will fall to Clade, and that is the end of the game. Chainers tie up the series, well, inevitably, we'll try and tie up the series 1-1.
Eventually, they manage.
Hey, Seraphine ADC. But just
And yeah, I think that was just a story of falling behind early and falling too far behind. Picking a scaling comp, sure, it gives you the late game, but you've got to get it. You've got to make it to the late game. Anything else you guys want to add about that game before we run straight into another one?
Team Bruv are yet again just way too eager on these fights. They want to get these leads but they're just piling themselves into uncomfortable situations where they're simply just getting countered, whether it was by individual play or by team play, and it's really costing them, as this time you can see that a proper comp with Chainers running it means that they will take advantage of these situations and then run it back onto you. So, definitely something that they need to watch out on.
Yep. Is there anything we think will be banned from that last game?
Probably, I mean, Seraphine should definitely be the ban. It's definitely something that if it does get to late game, they can't deal with. The healing's too much, the CC is too much, so it's something that they need to proactively watch out for.
The question is, does Team Bruv play Seraphine? If it is left open for them and they choose the blue side, will they pick up that Seraphine? Is that something they are willing to do? We saw that last time from the red side in the first game. Chainers did decide to ban it themselves. So we have to wonder if they will decide to ban it yet again.
They might want to ban it themselves as well, as they probably will not want to go up against it. But if they leave it open and the Team Bruv do not play it, that means that they can draw a free ban towards them at that point. So it could definitely be a strategy point, as they can probably know how to play against the Seraphine as well.
Right, okay, this is a complete aside off topic, right? I didn't know this, but they've changed the purchase RP screen. And it looks pretty nice. I don't know if anyone else has seen it, but it looks pretty nice.
No, I have
Oh,
not.
wait.
Okay, I think I have also
We
maybe
are
cleaned
into-
this up a little bit as we go straight into. Oh God, no, that is somehow not worked out very well. Okay, back to. I didn't have enough time. Okay, I was fixing it.
Beautiful.
So we're just gonna go straight to the whole screen.
Yeah, Team Bruv banning away Rise first. Obviously, staple ban against the Rise doing the 480 CS hack Dermat. And we'll see what Chainers decide to ban in response. It is the Nart again. Probably Chainers have now got the idea and the theory that Dark Enclave is kind of useless without his Nart, because his Cho'Gath was super duper bullied in that top lane. Did not have a very flashy scoreline, shall we say, and did not have the best of times attempting to use that feast. But the Karthus ban from Team Bruv, obviously Clade, a very well-renowned Karthus player, one of the people in the world that play Karthus still. The Azir banned away by Chainers, so Skyclawed Azir has that
So here's my
reputation.
question: do we see the Seraphine ban again, or do Chainers leave it open to trade Seraphine Hecarim?
That's definitely something that they will want to. They want to find out if they want to do that. Seraphine is fairly decent into repelling the Hecarim as well, so they could either give Seraphine over and then take the Hecarim for themselves, but they've also seen themselves very comfortable on other junglers as well. So we're going to see what they're going to look to opt towards in a moment in time, and it's going. The Team Bruv are going to lock in that Hecarim by the sound of it. And Shen was banned away. So they're really scared of the strong Ewoks Shen in that bottom side of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, leaving open the Seraphine, and then there's also the Swain pick up immediately as well. They can just run it back with the bot lane. There wasn't any really particular problems with the bot lane. The Seraphine Swain did very well. But it's the Seraphine Senna this time. Oh no. That's such a dull lane. Oh no, it's so boring to go against. Seraphine Senna, it's so dull and so boring.
That's gonna be a lane that's just gonna be so difficult to get on top of and pretty much bully out of lane. They can heal each other for eternity, pretty much. So it's going to be a difficult one. It's definitely going to be Seraphine on Vizid, and Senna will be going into AJ Styles' hands. But by the looks of things, they might be running back the comp that they did in Game 1. They worked very well for them, so they're going to pick up the Hecarim, pick up the Ashe, and probably pick up the top laner here. The Gnar has been banned away, so they will be looking to see what they can take away in this game, and definitely counter pick is probably going to be left up for George again, as he did show last game that he is a formidable force in that top side of the map, and the OP cow gets locked into that into the support position. So it's the Ash Braum lane, which is Braum. It's Alistair, not Braum. I don't know what I'm talking about. I must be on some kind of drugs, but it's going to be out the Alistair, and it's going to be a very heavy engage on the side of Team Bruv.
Yeah, the Hecarim and the Alistair already providing that engage, as you were saying, the heavy engage. And I wonder really and the Jarvan's locked in. Okay, so Clade has got the Jarvan against the Hecarim, which can be a good counter, but you sort of have to use that ultimate when Hecarim does not have his ultimate, otherwise Hecarim just gets a free get out of jail free card. But I believe that may be the theory behind the pick, that Jarvan engages onto the Hecarim with the ultimate and forces the Hecarim to either ult away in safety and a defensive ultimate, or to ult further in when his team isn't ready to follow up with the engage. But a massive thing to spot is that the strong Ewok is on the Alistair, and strong Ewok is that very roaming style support. He does like to get around the map. He likes to go to that mid lane where Skycold is obviously positioned, and try and feed Skycold to ensure that Skycold, as soon as the game hits 20 minutes and the game becomes more open and about macro, Skycold can definitely come online and make that impact that we all know he can have.
And this is a very difficult game, right? You can kind of see the champions that are being banned away, and Skycold's champion pool is being hit every single game, and it's becoming a question whether they really should be looking, instead of prioritizing these junglers, to prioritize a good champion, a good blind pickup, a mid laner for him to play, because at this point in the game, if you're going to put him on Vayne, it's going to be super difficult. As you can see, Galio is going to get locked in now, so we got a Jarvan Galio combo, and well, it's going to get difficult. I was going to get answered by a Corki, so definitely a good counter here against this Galio, and the scaling potential of this pick is absolutely insane. It's going to be able to hard carry this game super hard if they're able to allow it, but the problem is, again, it's a scaling comp. They want to get to mid-game relatively strong, and the problem they've been having this series is they're simply getting too committed to these fights.
Yeah, I think the Corki's a really good pick here. Like, I think I should say yes, they are too committed to these fights. But if you put Galio in that mid lane position, there's no real way for Dermat to be able to pressure the Corki, and it really, I believe it was said in the chat about last game, but this game is actually just free scaling for the Corki. The only real way that they can kill the Corki is with that jungle pressure, the Jarvan in the just hovering constantly around the mid lane, and that allows the Hecarim to try and pressure this Senna Seraphine lane, or even go to the top side if this Jax is locked in, and try and make this Jax kind of redundant, or make him really only a split push threat.
And I'm not necessarily into this Camille pickup in this top side of the map, right? You're picking up a champion that relatively needs a lot of attention from your team to allow it to get ahead, and you're into a Jax now, so you're allowing yourself to get put in a position where you can get counter picked. All right, they pick Jax up. He's gonna be able to scale as well as hard as you if he's allowed to. The only problem is that Camille will eventually lose out to Jax in a split push position, right? Jax is a little bit stronger due to his counter-strike ability in those side lanes, and well, if he's able to get ahead and this Camille doesn't get enough attention from the Hecarim and Corki, it's going to get very difficult in mid stages of the game, as well, he'll only be able to get in on the backline, and pretty much every time he's going to try and do that, he'll die anyway. So not super fan of that pick, as it will be very difficult for his team to give him attention for that. But I'm wondering what they're going to do with that.
Personally, I think the Camille pick was more of a denial pick. If George gets his hands on the Camille, you've got the Camille Galio Jarvan, insane amount of lockdown, and really just trying to stop that Corki, especially with that Hextech ultimatum, to just ensure that Skycold on this Corki does not have that maneuverability. So even though the Camille has been heavily countered and will, as you said, struggle to get that attention that is required from the team, or that is almost required from the team, I should say. I just feel like it was more of a denial pick in that regard. But the Jax, obviously, the counter pick into the Camille. With how strong Ewok likes to play the Alistair, in that pretty much as soon as he has unlocked his combo, the Ashe is going to be 1v2. I wouldn't be surprised to see Vink try and focus heavily towards his top side of the map. He knows that the mid lane is kind of secure. There can also be a three-man gank into the mid lane. The Hecarim and the Alistar obviously working together in that regard. But the Alistar will always be looking for them roams to the mid lane to try and enable this Corki. So we will end up seeing what does happen, obviously. And nothing is set in stone just through theory. But it's weird to see that not weird, but it's nice to see a traditional combo coming in, something like the Jarvan Galio from Chainers, when we're so used to really wacky combos from them, like Talia Varus or Seraphine Swain, if you want to go down that route. But I think I've gone my lonesome for a little while.
Oh, no, I'm still
Oh,
here.
no?
I'm just sorting out some other stuff, like fixing up how the stream
draft
looks.
looks?
Like I managed to. Hey, look! I mean, it's a little
It
stretched now, but at least it kind of works.
It does work.
It looks cleaner, at the very
Yes.
least. And this way, I can actually see what's going on in the client. Well, I can make use of both of my screens again.
Woohoo! We have the higher production values coming out from Coral, as you'll see next season. But
Of course.
really, I'm not really sure who's to hand the draft advantage to, because they both have very solid compositions. The Senna will obviously enable herself to be that hard carry, and as well it will be a fasting Senna this game instead of a farming Senna. So she will have more souls to be converted with that Ginsu's passive. But on the side of Team Bruv, when I was doing my massive spiel about how Camille was more of a denial pick, I completely forgot about Hextech Ultimatum into Corki package into Onslaught of Shadows. I forgot that was a thing, and that is absolutely disgusting.
So I'd say we have two team comps that want to play the game very differently here. On Chainer's side, you want to get that big 5v5 team fight. You do have the Jax who can perform in a side lane, and the Galio that can perform in a side lane, but really you want to try and force that big fight somewhere where you can really make use of the Jarvan and the Galio, the Seraphine and the Senna. These champions all can do amazing things in a team fight. That's definitely something you want to get into. Whereas you look at Team Bruv's comp, and they definitely want to play the side lanes here. You expect Corki would constantly be pushing in the Galio, can probably out-trade and push in the Jax, and you can put the Camille into the Galio, have her do really well, or put her into the Jax, and have her sort of slowly lose that side lane. You have the Hecarim, Alistar sort of floating and Ashe just clearing in that mid lane, and you want to just try and pressure the map, create as much map difference as you can, and win through that sort of side lane split push. Whereas you wouldn't really expect that to be the way Chainers want to play. So I have to see which team gets... It'll be quite important which team manages to get ahead and is able to set up the side laners to win. And we are still waiting because of spectator delay. Just got a little bit of time to, fill in. Can confirm for you it is that Jarvan jungle and that Jax top. You can play Jax jungle, I suppose, but yep, there we go. Can confirm that all for you, that it is going to be a Galio mid, Seraphine bot lane, and Senna support. On the other side, I think it's pretty obvious where everyone's going. I mean, Hecarim is in the jungle and Camille's top. I suppose you could flex those two round.
Yeah.
But nothing unexpected there.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really unexpected from both sides in terms of where you would automatically assume different champions go. Yeah, you'd automatically assume obviously Jax towards the top lane, Jarvan in the jungle, Galio mid. Seraphine, Senna may be the ones where you think Senna would go in the hands of the seed, but it goes into the hands of AJ instead. We did see Punky Boy actually have a really good game on Ashe. Obviously, his ultimates and his enchanted crystal arrows, I should say, did go
Yeah.
wide.
For the Seraphine Senna, I believe AJ has played quite a bit of Senna previously. I don't know if he's actually put much time into learning the Seraphine, not that there's all that much to learn, to be honest, but...
I mean, you could take all the keys off your keyboard and just press W, and you are playing Seraphine correctly. But as we load into the game, spectator delay has
finally stopped, and it sounds like we've just had a bit of a cut-off there. So we'll just load everything up, get everything all hunky-dory, and
There you
continue.
go. I accidentally unplugged my microphone.
Yeah, I thought that might have been something like it. Oh,
why.
we're straight into the game as well.
Oh, lovely.
That
was very quick.
That was very quick. I was not expecting that. I was not ready. But now I am ready. We do see it is the sickle on Senna. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of the sickle on the Senna. Yeah, you do get the AD. And Senna, of course, prefers AD to AP, but you also lose out on a bit of that mana regen. And you could make do in a game just using the mana regen that you get from the Spell Thieves. It's basically, yeah. How much do you value 25% extra mana regen from level 1 compared to having AD over AP?
I think, especially with how much AJ is potentially going to be using that key, that piercing darkness, I think it's called, on Punky Boy and Strong Ewok, that maybe the mana regen would have been better for him. However, I think it's the ability power, and that I don't think. Let me just double check.
Senna's scalings with ability power are questionable. They gave her the Q heal scales with ability power and the alt shield.
Oh yeah.
They have pretty big scalings if I remember rightly, but when that's the only things that scale, it's a little bit like, ooh. I always found it a bit strange they didn't make her W scale with AP.
Yeah,
because that seems pretty perfect.
Yeah, it seems probably more logical if it's scaled with AP instead of AD.
Yeah, she throws a massive black shadow thing at people. Like, how is that not magic?
It's not. It's what you'd see normally, as if she was holding a knife. You know. But AJ showing why Senna support with the Spectral Sickle. Getting, obviously, a bit of extra damage from that.
Surprised there wasn't a turn there. Ashe level 1 is one of the highest damage AD carries in the game, just because of how much extra damage her passive provides. There's definitely something they could have tried to turn onto AJ there.
Yeah, for sure, definitely, yeah. Probably would have had to have burned the Alistair Flash Q, though. The level 2 for the Chainless bot lane, they will just force off the Team Bruv bot lane. But if anyone saw it as the director camera was deciding to snap back and forth between the bot and the top lane, Judge was kind of getting demolished in the trades, even though it is meant to be a counter matchup. But it seems like there's not really much. Oh, there's the stun.
In the early trades, you do tend to lose it because Camille's passive, oh my god, that provides you so much good stuff, and Jax is really reliant on that E to win those trades, which early on, it's not up that much.
Yeah, you can see
Dark
how...
Wave goes in though.
Yeah, he's looking for as he flashes the flag and drag. Wow, the flash away
TP's
from
coming in.
Flash in as well, but the leap strike will pick up the kill. Dermot using the TP, obviously, very to secure the kill. Yeah, first blood going over to Chainers.
Well, Skycold did start Cull, so he is just slowly farming up, working towards getting his 3 kills worth of gold.
So, think full combos, full clears. I was thinking of Alistair for a second then, but it will look like it will be Fink going towards. We'll get that scuttle. Priority will have the better position for contesting that, but the Chainers bot lane is in a position to contest, whereas the Team Bruv bot lane is not. The wave obviously shoving in. The walk is
Jungle's
down, and they're both
sitting
waiting
here.
for each other.
Vink's hoping he can smite it, but spotted out.
No. Absolutely no way in the double scuttle this game. Goes to the side of Clade. But I don't believe there was that much missing for Vink because he did get a full clear.
I saw something
Whereas,
interesting in the top lane. George on his back did originally have the Sheen bought, but he undid that and decided to buy that Vampiric Scepter instead. So rather than favouring the all-in powered, favouring the overall sustain that you get from that bit of extra lifesteal, and maybe deciding, actually, I want to go towards Bork as quick as possible.
Yeah, probably wanted to. I mean, with how much he's going to get poked with that Camille W, I'll call it the side swipe. I'm not sure what the actual tactical sweep, isn't it?
Tactical sweep, yeah, I think so.
I'll confirm that. Yeah, tactical sweep. It is. But the amount of poke he's going to get from that tactical sweep, even though it does do quite little damage, it's still going to be poke that he needs to sustain through. So I think that the Vampiric Scepter is a very good pickup. The root does land onto Punky Boy. The stun does come out, and that is a lot of damage. Wow.
Here's the problem. You can't get rooted if you are on the other side. You have to really be careful. You can poke them out with the power of the Ash, W, and auto attacks. But if you ever get rooted, you're going to take so much damage in return.
Absolutely. And Skycall taking a trade onto Dermat, and Dermat's Magic Shield coming in a bit helpful there, taking up a bit of the damage. He could be a lot lower. Skycall. Just abusing the fact that Galio is melee, as Ewok does get rooted, and I believe that was Doobie.
Quite possibly.
Yep, it was. As George engages into the top side. Oh, and
nice trade from Dark Enclave there. But that is a big wave. Thankfully for Dark Enclave, there's no one up there to gank. Ooh.
Forcing out the flash here of the seed on the Seraphine, as Punky Boy is now getting chased down as Clade is coming in. But
he'll get spotted out. Nice vision from the Ash.
Yeah, absolutely. And
looks like, as much as we love this mid lane, let's point out the dragon has been started. much more interesting to look at. But no, directed camera doesn't care. We can see on the minimap that there is no one going there. So that will be the first free Drake being picked up for Chainers. A nice early Mountain Drake.
Now, what's interesting, potentially to, or not to many, but to me, is that the Jarvan has gone Balmy Cinder. Now, that could be a Sunfire Aegis, that could be a Turbo Chem Tank, that could be a Frostfire Gauntlet. It could be many things, as AJ is getting engaged on by Punky Boy, using that E stealth to get away. Very smart play.
Very careful here.
Who thought that was okay?
If he walks back up too close, Strong Ewok does still have his flash up.
Yeah, actually, very true. But he thought that immediate stealth was a good idea. Like immediate, you can't click and you can't attack.
Well, you know. It's coming on another champion soon.
Oh yeah, true. Oh no, you can't hit me with CC.
You're not standing close enough. Your CC doesn't matter.
I would actually like to see if anyone in Coral will attempt to play Gwen. I wonder if we'll even enable her for week 1, just to give people time to get used to what she does and how to really play around her abilities. But yeah, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow this time does hit the flash. A pretty late pulverize, however, the Seraphine is picked up. The heal does come down. The stun is down as well. The Encore is a bit late. The root does go down. AJ's doing a lot of damage. The flash hold from AJ. Much without the Q healing, but the pulverize from Ewok. Ewok is going to wait in there. The headbutt, but it's not enough. It's not on the tower, but the trample damage will come through. And will he attempt to wait for his A headbutt pulverize coming. No, he won't. The Q heal from AJ.
But
And a
here's the
TP is
TP.
coming in behind. I believe it's from Sky Cold. He's the only one with TP up as the headbutt pulverize combo comes in and the kill is donated over. Very nice TP from Sky Cold to pick up the kill. And this now is really going to start the snowball for this Corki in the mid lane.
And you can see he basically didn't even lose anything there from that TP. Oh, Clade stealing that away.
Was that with
Has
the
the
Z?
extra level. You know, he smote it.
Okay.
Used E to get the
Smoke.
vision.
Ah, right, okay. I thought he stole it with Z then. I was about to throw hands. But clearing out some vision. Sky Cold obviously going to poke him down a bit. But the Rift Herald has been started by Chainers.
Yep.
George and Clade will be looking to pick that one up. And no real contest from Team Bruv, but interesting to note again. Coming back to it, the Barmy Cinder instead of the Iron Spike Whip. Now I've not really kept up with my jungle meta, and what is good and what is bad, and what you build on certain champs. But
So right up
It was
until this
really-
patch, it was all about the move speed champs. So I wouldn't have been surprised to see this Barmy Cinder being turned into the Zoom Zoom item, whatever it's called. It'll fit- From now on, it's called the Zoom Zoom item.
Okay, yeah, we'll go with that.
And oh no, poor Vink
Oh.
just caught out.
Using that.
But yeah, with the actual move speed component of it being reduced, it was interesting to see if people still want to really build it or not. Jury's sort of out on whether it's still worth it. I think it probably is. The other items are just so underwhelming for tanks. Oh my god, that damage.
A lot of
Second
damage.
Q proc from the Camille.
It's true
Doing
damage.
so
isn't it?
much. And here we go, another lane gank coming out. Clade really loves these lane ganks in the bot lane.
And as well with the encore up for Seraphine and the
Oh, that's
stun.
a lot of damage.
Yeah, gosh. And that's without Sheen. But
Yep.
one thing to notice, coining the iconic phrase, I would like to point out that the Eye of the Herald has been given to the Jacks. There's not
Oh, and there's
the
the Enchanted
Enchanted
Crystal
Crystal, all the Corki packages coming in, but the Charm does land.
Turn around.
The Senna ultimate does come in. They're pulverized to put Clade under the tower. He takes a tower shot, and that's a lot of damage coming down. The double kill for the Corki, and that's absolutely massive. He does have that immortal shield though, so even if he did go low, he was going to get that shield. Even though,
Absolute disasters for Chainers who spent so long setting up that gank. They sat in that bottom lane, just waiting for so long, only to give over 2 kills. Oh, and it looks like a tower dive is coming out onto this poor little
Oh,
Seraphine.
pulverized, but there's no ultimate for strong Ewok because Derma has TP'd in. He's in that Predator.
Both
and
TPs
get the slow.
used.
Oh yeah, and George is there as well. Where have you all come from? The two TP's going down, and the tower
Oh,
dive doesn't
no.
even work.
Punky Boy autoed a minion.
That is so sad.
One more
Yeah.
auto attack on the Seraphine, she would have been knocked down there, and they will actually pick up this Drake.
L9 Tyrone really doing wonders there on the Seraphine. But
That is
very
a-
well played.
A lot of plates as well going into the pockets of the Corki and the Camille. Jax will get quite a few plates of his own here. I'm not so sure about the instant putting down of that Herald. Could have waited a bit longer, tried to use it to actually break that tower.
I think he may actually get the break on this tower. Oh no,
No,
no he won't.
team will be here in time.
And that's a bit of a time relief if your team, brother.
Well, you can see
As
Dark
Oh.
Enclave basically did the same to the top lane that was done to the bot lane, and Corki got an extra plate in mid. So, overall,
he's
terms
the
of the
real
gold.
winner.
in terms of the gold, Chainers do catch up a bit, but it's not a complete disaster for the side of Team Bruv.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, quite a lot of the gold differential in the mid lane. Really, 1.6k coming out as
Oh.
an engage onto the Seraphine. No Hextech ultimatum used earlier though, which is potentially a misplay. As that could have been a kill onto the Seraphine. She did not have encore, so it could have potentially been a kill. The pings coming down as George is heading back towards the top side of the map. But AJ now roaming on this center, attempting to make a nuisance of himself, even though he doesn't have Kraken yet. Or Kraken Slayer if he is going for that. Yep, he has just based and purchased it, so
So
that will confirm our suspicions.
this game going towards the mid game when you start to move your laners around is all going to be about those lane assignments. If you look currently who's ahead, Skycold is the strongest in the game. By a little way, at least 500 gold. You really want him into the Jax because he's the safest person to put into the Jax. He can win that matchup. Camille is going to lose that matchup pretty far behind the Jax, almost 1,000 gold behind, but she will be able to win into the Galio, or at least match him. It's a struggle to say she'll be able to match the Jax at this point, so it'll be all about Team Bruv trying to move that Corki into the Jax lane and Camille into the Galio lane, and Chainers trying to reverse that. They're much happy to have the Galio just survive into Corki and Jax hard win this side matchup, as we can see happening right now.
That's a lot of damage as Dark Enclave manages to hit the stun.
Vink
Vink
is
is right. He has
Not
a very
quite in
late
time.
onslaught of shadows, and using that ghost. No, he doesn't even use ghost. He just uses the unstoppable charge as
Ghost not up in time.
Yeah, a very late onslaught of shadows from Vink there does mean that Dark Enclave goes down. However, Dark Enclave dying with that Hextech Ultimatum up. Now, I know that Hextech Ultimatum wouldn't have saved it. However, the untargetability for, is it 1.5 seconds or something like that?
Could use it to dodge the Jax stun on the Counter-Strike.
Absolutely, and also blocks quite a lot of damage coming out from that Counter-Strike. If it does damage.
It does do some damage.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, generally when you see this matchup happening, that is what happens. The Jax goes in for the Counter-Strike, or he'll use the Counter-Strike, and the first stun of the Counter-Strike will be dodged with a Camille ultimate.
Yeah.
And it's just whoever happens to be further ahead will start to win that. The longer the game goes, the more Jax wins.
As the Mythics come pouring in, we can see that the Galio is going full movement speed. Got Predator, he's already got his boots, so he's already got the Predator available to be used. He's got Shirelia's Battle Song as well for his Mythic items, so really sacrificing any form of AP damage that he could do, or any form of engage potential that he could have. With the
Trade there from Dark.
And the Hextech Ultimatum actually does come out, but Clid is nearby using that Turbo Chem tank in an attempt to do the flash from Dark Enclave. However, the Cataclysm is not going to be enough.
Oh, and
George
so
can't
much
do anything,
damage.
and the TP coming in from Skycold. Skycold could potentially use that Valkyrie. Yes, he does. He uses the ultimate, but not enough. No damage whatsoever. Obviously, a lot of damage coming from his Sheen after the ultimate. However,
I will point out, we do have a Triforce on Camille, and that is one of the items that just recently got buffed. Got a really massive buff to those users who didn't want the attack speed.
yeah, it was.
Camille, one of those that really was not too happy about Triforce being so stacked on the attack speed. As much more happy to get the 3 AD move speed and I don't remember what it is. Ability haste? All of those
haste.
far more useful for her than the 10% attack speed ever was.
Very true. However, as well, the Triforce Mythic passive can be stacked on towers now as well, which is quite a big buff, really, for the item.
To split push, especially. Yep.
Yeah.
And
It's
they
really
converted
just-
a little bit of the attack speed as well into other stats. I can't remember what it was. I think AD.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, free AD, free ability haste, and free movement speed.
So we are on
It grants.
Infernal map, and it looks like we will get a team fight potentially over this. Herald was just summoned in mid.
Yeah, I believe Team Bruv really trying to use
Team
that
Bruv
Herald.
aren't instantly forcing this down. Darkglaive will take the top tower. First tower.
Yeah.
Nice gold, getting your Camille back into that 1v1.
Absolutely, and the
Oh.
the headbutt pulverize coming in from Strong E-Block. He manages to land onto AJ. The Encore coming in is
Free
3-man Encore.
charm.
The ultimate coming out from AJ does quite a bit of damage. Skycold is very low in that backline. The shutdown goes over to the Jax, and the Ash goes down to the Seraphine. Alistair is picked up by George as the Camille using the Hextech Ultimatum does manage to pick up AJ, but it's not enough. And
And it's a
Camille
triple into the Jax. That Jax is going to be an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, hopefully we didn't see George. We didn't see George just put on that Cho'Gath. We saw him on carries like the Vladimir last season, but this season he's gone with the Jax. He went with the Wukong last game, and he's been an absolute menace. As Vink now is most likely going to get put on the flash from Dermat, but the flash to flash away from Vink. Oh no, not flash away from Vink. He's hides using the Ghost and E, but the flash auto from George manages to pick up the kill. 7-0-2 now on this Jax, and I believe if he bases, he does have enough to pick up the Triforce on base.
And it is a
If he's going
700 gold bounty, so if they can find him at some point, that's a lot of a gold swing.
Yeah.
Chain is actually taking the lead off of that. On Soul Point, 1000 gold ahead. Jax 7-0-2 with 2 items. Yeah, this has fallen apart kind of quickly for Team Bruv. We saw the problem in the last team fight was Skycold and Punky Boy couldn't really get onto the main carries to deal damage there. They were stuck hitting the Jarvan and the Galio in the front line and couldn't quite mush through them quite as fast.
Yeah, it's all and pick on AJ. He knows he's dead. He doesn't even try to fight it. Ewok just there for moral support. Doesn't need to do anything. Downplay picking up the kill. But yeah, as you were saying, but with the Jax, as the 700 gold bounty does convey that a lot of Chainer's gold is funneled into this Jax, and if they manage to pick him off and they manage to either kill him before a fight, before an objective, like the Baron, like the Soul, or the Dragon, I should say, that Chainers will want for Soul, especially that Infernal Soul on the Jax and the Galio and the Jarvan. If they manage to pick him off, that's a lot of gold gone from the fight for the side of Chainers. However, it's easier said than done because they have a Seraphine. And we all know what Seraphine does best.
Yep.
And that is keeping people who should be dead alive. Keeping dead men walking is what Seraphine is good at.
Yes. Can you do a soul check on her?
Soul check on...
We are
Senna,
at 20 minutes.
75.
75, yep, so there we go. Stacking up those souls very quickly. That's the power of the support Senna.
That is in comparison to, I believe it was 44 from last game, where it was farming Senna for Punky
Yep.
Boy.
So
Yeah,
almost
farming
double the stacks. Doesn't have the Rage Knife yet. I'm not sure if it's called Rage Knife, the one that converts
is,
your
yeah.
crit to on-hit damage,
Indeed, the Rage Knife.
which is a lot of extra damage. So I have to see how long it takes AJ Styles to pick that up.
How much crit chance? 30% crit chance. Jesus Lord. Jesus Lord above, you'd be hoping to try and... You'd hope that Team Bruv should be able to stem the bleeding at some point if you are a Team Bruv fan. But Chainers just knowing how to push ahead with this advantage, and it seems like Vink has been caught out, and Vink on this Hecarim, even though Hecarim is so strong in the current meta right now, Vink is not having the best of times playing this Hecarim. Just seems to be struggling quite a lot with the champion or with how it jungles. Maybe Team Bruv should really try and not discard the meta, but even though the Hecarim is open, they should potentially, even if they are first pick as well, just ban it and pick up something that Vink is a lot more comfortable on, like we've seen, like with Sejuani. Even potentially the Udyr, he just looks a lot more comfortable. Yeah, Skycold almost caught out, but the flash, the Flag and Drag Cataclysm, no flash needed, and the Senna ultimate just to, well, a bit over excessive, but Skycold, the Immortal Shield Bow, is not going to save you there, and he does go down.
Yep, this is basically what they need to do. Try and get the side laners to die on the side of Team Bruv.
Punky Boy walking into a route there, thought something was going to happen.
No. Dragon is spawning in just over 30 seconds. It is the soul for Chainers, if they can get it. An Infernal Soul, so not the most impactful, but definitely will help for a lot of that burst and giving all of your champions a little bit of extra damage. You never pass it up if you're offered a soul.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a
AJ.
But he has been pulled out. The flash to dodge the Enchanted Crystal. The flea comes in.
And here
Galio
comes Galio.
There was an exhaust used as well by AJ onto Vink, but that's not enough. The Valkyrie package
But they're
does
giving
stop
up the
them.
dragon for this.
Just
That's the
punch.
soul. They're over chasing.
Yeah, they are indeed. But Team Bruv have recognized this. They are charging their way down in an attempt to try and stop it. But let's check the HP of the Drake. It's been taken.
That
And
was
Team Bruv.
way too late.
Oh, yeah, just giving up a soul for free. And even though they did get the pick on the Senna,
The Senna pick was fine. It was the chase into the Galio that really messed them over there. Chased the
Yeah.
Galio right up into the top jungle as the Drake spawned, and that was it. But they do get a blue buff.
You know,
Oh, that's the
positives
lock
there,
in, but
but
there's no
that
one
is
else
a
really here.
yeah, the lock-in from Clade, but it's locked them in with Team Bruv as Clade is picked up. But Senna manages to pick up Vink as the Hextech Ultimatum comes down, and Camille picks up the Senna under the tower. AJ not having the best of games. 3, 6, and 5 now on the Senna. Still has not. Well, he's not even going for the.
See George actually
Ginsu.
TPing out there. Realizing, you know what? My TP is not worth 700 gold right now. Or not worth 1,000 gold right now. Just gonna TP out that one, make sure that they can't find me in their jungle and kill me.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreeing with George on that one. Even though it does seem like a bit of a waste for the TP, it's quite a long cooldown to give over, but the 1,000 gold bounty would be worse. However, something that I would like to really bring up and question is really the defensive or the defense-orientated mythics that have come out from the side of Team Bruv. The Immortal Shield Bow on the Ashe, the Immortal Shield Bow on the Immortal Shield Bow on Corki is obviously the most optimal because it synergizes very well with his kit, the bonus attack damage. But the locket for the Alistair, would you have preferred to have seen something like the Turbo Chem Tank on the Alistair and maybe even a Kraken Slayer on the Ashe? Or do you think that they've made the right choice with the Immortal Shield Bow and locket?
So, I think I would have actually liked to see, oh, but we see an engage.
Oh yeah, and engage the Hextech Ultimatum comes down. AJ falls very quickly. Clade has caught himself on his lonesome. The flea. Give him
that's a
chance to
Baron.
move, lads.
I would have
Just-
actually liked to see the Gale Force on the Ashe. Give yourself that extra dash so that you can just dodge a piece of CC from the enemy team. It's fine, I think, taking like Locket on the Alistar. Even if you have the extra move speed, it's quite hard to engage onto the other team, who have so much they can just throw straight towards you to stop your engage. So Locket will definitely help you keep your Ashe Corki alive. Or whoever is forwards and near you during those engages. So I think that's okay.
Yeah,
But I'm not so sure about the Ashe Shield Bow myself.
yeah. An interesting thing to notice is that the Senna has decided to go for Rapid Fire Cannon second, instead of the Ginsu's Rage Blade. Obviously, preferring that she has a bit more, well,
Even
currently a
more
bit-
range.
Yeah, so she can really be that long-range sniper. Probably a Caitlyn cosplay will soon be coming out for Senna, but really,
So the reason I'm not too thrilled with this build is when you stack out your crit chance, you start getting lifesteal off it. And for Senna, that lifesteal doesn't really mean much. It doesn't matter how much of that lifesteal you're actually going to get. Especially for support Senna, if someone gets on top of you, you're either dead or you're not dead. A little bit of lifesteal isn't going to make a difference there. And then you've got to think about how much extra damage is Rage Knife going to give me over being able to crit. And it's a lot more. Like, the amount of extra on-hit damage you get is insane. And it's definitely going to be more than what you'd usually get from a crit. So, it's definitely a really good item to build. I would hope it's getting picked up next, at the very least.
yeah. Abyssal Mask second for Clade in the jungle. Now, obviously, as I said before, I'm not really kept up with Jarvan and his item builds, but George has potentially caught out Dark and Clade. The stun still lands from the Counter Strike though. Clade is there using that turbo chem like the EQ, Flag and Drag, the
Nice
Cataclysm,
dodge
but
from
the
Dark and
Hextech
Clade.
Ultimatum. Wow, he's doing extremely well to to
A
get away. He
little
doesn't even
slow,
get away.
but Vink is
The
going
sh-
in for this.
Oh wait, hang on. This could actually be a
Pops him
chance.
into the tower.
Oh, and and Corky Skycord actually leaves George in the base in a 1v1 against an 0-4 Hecarim. Forced to use Onslaught Shadows very defensively, and Corky gets the shutdown. That's really big for Team Bruv. Really, really big that Corky managed to pick up that shutdown.
So, the thing about Abyssal Mask that people forget is when you apply CC, it makes people take more damage. So it's actually a very aggressive tank item. You will actually be, or supportive tank item is probably a better way to put it. You'll be providing a lot of extra damage to your team for anyone that you manage to CC, and for Jarvan, your main engage is that EQ combo. You flag and drag them, and then they take 10% more damage. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, that was fantastic. The blast going to dodge the enchanted crystal arrow. Wow. But anyway, about
Yep.
the Abyssal Mask.
The Abyssal Mask.
The Abyssal Mask on Glade. Yeah, I was just saying the amplified 10% damage for 4
I
seconds.
think it's
it is.
10%, yep.
Yeah, it's 10% for 4 seconds. That is a long time.
Oh,
Flag and Drag not hitting anyone though, so as we were
the
discussing, the
Shirelias
Abyssal
did
Mask.
come out there.
Oh,
So that
did.
is one
Oh, that's
cooldown down. It
But
will
they-
be up fairly quickly.
But also, what Chambers need to recognise is the fact that the Corky Immortal Shield Bow is back up soon. Like, not
A
like
lot
they
of
should
damage
time
onto
it.
Clade.
Yeah. Corky, always most likely going to win the poke war. You probably can't outpoke a Corky, especially when he's level 17 right now. As AJ getting a bit of poke down onto Ewok.
Team Bruv do move towards this top side. Hecarim reveals himself on the bottom side. Dragon is
Yeah.
being started up. It is the Elder. Very
Yeah,
important.
so-
This could spell the end of the game. Hecarim's not moving up yet.
needs to. Oh, and the engagement Queen Mercy here, 4-man Cataclysm, and that's a 4-man encore. And Vink is just nowhere to be seen. Gallia picks up the kill onto Punky Boy. Corky follows soon after with Ewok. Then also following,
And Hecarim is not the person you really wanted to send down there. He probably will attempt the steal. He is at level up, so he does have the strongest smite. Ultimate is up as well to get into the pit, but he doesn't
He
currently
does.
have any vision.
yeah, he does now. He has the control, but that gives away where he
Booted up.
is. And
He's gonna
they're
have to
looking to drag
guess.
out. Yeah, he really is going to have to guess. But Dermat is coming in.
He's going round.
No, but the EQ comes through. Vink using that turbo
So
counter
fast.
to get away. He is very fast. Onslaught of Shadows comes in,
Going
and
in.
the flea actually manages. I think the smite came down early from Vink.
Very
Yeah, he did.
early. He knew that he just needed to stall as long as possible.
So he needed to.
And it was, you know, a full. It was a nice attempt, but it's
Yeah.
very hard as the solo Hecarim there to be able to make that steal come through, especially when the enemy team expects it.
Yeah, absolutely. You really have to question what Vink was doing there. Why he went to the bot side to clear the wave. There is no tier 1 tower. It's not like it's really pressuring anything. There really seems to be no reason why.
And you're not the person that you want down there.
Yeah.
You want to be sending the
you're
Camille
smart.
or the Corky to the side wave.
Yeah, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands onto Clade. The Galio ultimate does come in. So that's a cooldown now. That
It's a
Team
nice
Bruv can
cooldown
work
down,
off.
especially when the Elder Dragon is.
And Shirelius has
on
been
them.
used. So it looks like they're looking for an engage here, especially because they have the Elder. The Blast Cone is used. The EQ Flag and Drag from Jarvan. The Cataclysm does actually land. The headbutt away though.
Oh, George is on the
He was getting
side.
dangerously close. And here comes George is in the backline. On the Corky is down, the Hecarim's down, the Camille's down, the Ash is down, everyone is down, and it's a clean ace for Chainers, and they will take, well, slowly,
Game 3.
they will take game 3.
It'll just be a matter of time. Yeah, they'll tank the towers.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Seraphine ultimate there going through about 4 people straight away, just getting that extra range. They will take this still. It's over 10 seconds until anyone else is back up.
And even then, it's an Alistair, so it's not like Alistair can really do much. Yeah,
it'd be
unfortunately.
But that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. 12-1-5 George on this Jack's top lane. George, known as the weak side for Chainers is just putting on an absolute clinic in this top side. Dark Enclave, even though he was that platform that Team Bruv used to springboard themselves in a win against Cataclysm. He's not that he's not pulling his weight, but George is just really showing him how to play topside.
It's a complete turnaround from what we actually saw in game 1. But you have to wonder what happened there.
Yeah. I wonder myself.
They awoke the George.
Yes. They did indeed. They awoke the George. I will ask Pink, blue or red. Again.
Let's see if Doobie's back yet. I'm not sure if he is.
And Team
If he does,
opting
maybe
for red.
get him to join.
Wow,
So,
okay.
match point to Chainers. They just need to win one more here, whereas Team Bruv need to turn it around, get 2 more wins in order to win the finals, win Coral League Season 3, if we're calling it Season 3, or Spring 2021, I'm not sure what we're calling it, but to win this series of the Coral League.
Just Spring 2021.
Spring 2021, that works. Yeah, why not? And yep, now we're just going to wait for the teams to get into lobby/draft. Let me chuck in this. Next season is Summer 2021. Summer 21. I assume so. We might run out of seasons, but it will be fun. Maybe we get a break when we run out of seasons. That might be how it works.
Yeah. I mean, gotta go season 11. We'll end up catching up to League at the League of Legends at this rate.
Oh, you know what I should do was I can update something here so that we can see the score in between games. I can hear things coming down in the chat, but where am I looking here? There we go. You ready for some coral beautiful updating here? We got those amazing values. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, it's jumped to the left. Oh no.
Beautiful.
There we go. Now, in case anyone forgot, that's the current scoreline.
Just drag it along.
To be fair, there is a way to very easily do that without showing what happens on the screen.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be Coral without that, would it?
Yeah, we've got to have some messing around now and then.
No, I believe we are just waiting for George.
I believe so.
I will invite him to the game. There we go. He is here, so we can. I've sent you the link to the spectator, by the way, just so you know, in League. But there is going to be a short break because Fink has declared that they are BRB.
Fink's declared their BRB. Okay, well, I mean, means we can have a little chat about what we want to see, I suppose. Is there anything in particular that you would like to see from either team in this next draft phase?
Dark Enclave's Darius. It's been left open, and it's never been picked.
It's not been picked, and they have counterpicked this time. I can confirm for you guys, they are picking. Team Bruv is picking the red side. So they've gone, you know what? Screw it. Let's take red side. Let's get a nice counterpick. We can counterpick up there in that top lane, or maybe the mid lane, and see if we can win through that.
And the reason why I say Dark Enclave's Darius is because George. Oh, hello.
I think we are into the draft, maybe? Are we?
No, we're not.
No,
He's just
I
let's
thought
get a
it.
game.
Okay, whatever. We can
Um,
see. Like, in case we need to be reminded of the champions, like, here we go. Look,
Yeah,
here they all
there
are.
you go. Oh, look.
I wonder what
Look how
happens when you click them.
squished they are.
No, okay.
Nothing.
Nothing. Great, perfect.
But, yeah,
We can see
the
supports.
oh, look at the support meta. Where is the Tom Kench?
There's Shaco here.
No, yeah, there's
Bloody Shaco.
there's Set, there's Lux, there's Brand, and then there's just no Tom Kench.
Brand shouldn't exist on any of these. I guess they just put him support because there's nowhere else to put him. Poor
They don't
Brand.
even put him mid.
It's because he's
They
not
don't even-
no good, man. Like, they've not
he's
fixed
a
any of his
mid laner.
problems.
Yeah, his problem is that he does too much damage. Anyway, yeah, the reason why I specifically request Dark Enclave's Darius is because George, in the very, very like early stages of the lane, level 1, level 2,
Jump back to
even level 3, he just seems to, I don't know, either lose the trade or he fights in a wave that isn't like not set up properly for him, but Dark Enclave's minions can attack him before George's minions can attack Dark Enclave. And if Dark Enclave can have a champion that can really, really abuse and really just set the state of the lane within those very early levels before Clade or Vink can have an impact, then Dark Enclave should be able to absolutely smash George. And as I come to a close, they have started the ban phase, so we will get right into that.
Yes, we will.
Very shortly, as the Gnar is immediately banned away. Chainers really do not like that Gnar. Dark Enclave having an absolute stellar performance in game 1 and not allowing.
It's worked for them the previous 2 games. Why not do it again?
Exactly. This could potentially be match a game point as Team Bruv ban away the Seraphine. Seraphine obviously providing that really annoying healing. Shen banned away from Strong Ewok. Strong Ewok, as I said, 95% of his recent games, top 20 recent games have been on the Shen, which is quite a lot of Shen to be playing. 19 out of your 20 games recently on the Shen. So the Udyr banned away in response from Clade, and Zay is going to be hovered for the 3rd ban. However, there is no Karthus ban yet. And
I think they're waiting to see if the Azir gets banned. They might be trading this. There was talk in the last game, when will you let me play Karthus, when you let me play Azir?
No!
Oh,
no,
the bait! This is why they chose red
duped.
side. They knew it. Now what will Chainers do in response?
It must be payback for how Girl got duped in their
You have
trade,
been
where they said
duped.
where they said no tanks, and then they just decided to do Nocturne mid, but apparently it was
No
Bruiser.
tanks. Nocturne's not a tank. I'll just build some tank though.
let me build.
Doesn't
Randuin's
count.
Omen. Let me build Randuin's Omen. Yes, not a tank.
You see the Hecarim is locked in. It's Bruiser Nocturne. I know, Domat. We're just memeing you. Don't worry about it. You can't change my mind. Well, that depends. Did you go
We don't
Sterax
intend to,
first?
we're
Did you go the 2 lethality items into Sterax? That's Bruiser
we,
Nocturne.
we don't intend to change your mind. We're just memeing you.
And we do see the Azir insta-lock. Skyclock tank. Yes, you've left my Azir open. Let's go. Sterax is Bruiser, yes.
Yes.
Randuin says tank though.
Yeah. Yeah,
You created a
Randuin's Omen,
mix
that
build.
400
Oh,
health.
this is something I wasn't expecting. The Ivan locking coming in. I haven't
Yes,
seen
I-
anything come up in the chat in the League client, so I'm assuming that was intended.
So I would just like to congratulate Chainers as the new champions, because Ivan never goes well. It's a
Oh, Malzahar can be
Malzahar
extremely
is a
strong. Can do very well into
Yes.
Azir as he starts to jump in to do his Shurima shuffle. You can just ult him.
absolutely. And I know that Dermat is a very, very good Malzahar player. well established. He does have the new Malzahar B skin, so potentially
Oh yes,
we'll
the
see
best.
B skin used, or if he uses something like World Breaker Malzahar and
Malzahar.
breaks all out.
I hope it's Bizahar.
I hope it is as well, because I've seen the skin and it's really nice. It's really, really nice. As the Caitlyn is locked in as a response to the Kai'Sa, and
So-
now I know that the Seed absolutely despises this matchup. Like, he just despises it in all its being.
So here we go. We'll have to see if that affects his gameplay in any way. If he'll be on tilt. Of course, Caitlyn very good into the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa are one of them lower range ADCs, and Caitlyn very good at bullying people in that laning phase for being lower range than her.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And just to point out how probably doomed the matchup is for the Seed. Kai'Sa has an attack range of 525 units. Caitlyn has 650.
Yes.
So
It,
that's
for reference, if you remember how doomed everyone thought Vayne into Caitlyn was, Kai'Sa has the same range.
no. Vayne has more. Vayne has 550.
Does
I
Vayne
think.
have 550? I thought Vayne had 525.
I think Vayne
Maybe they
had 550.
increased it at one point.
I think they increased it.
Ah.
But I mean, Vayne is also kind of a bit better than Kai'Sa because she does have the tumble, which is like more immediate than the supercharge. Because supercharge takes a while to charge up.
the key is in the name there with charge.
Yeah, absolutely. More legendary insights with Coral League. I just hope
Next
Vayne
season, even better insights, such as Baron is good. But anyway, back to bans. We see Udyr Seraph. Wait, not Udyr Seraphine. That was banned in the first round. We see Wukong Leona banned from Team Bruv, and Chaina's banning out the Morgana Lulu, wanting to get rid of these Enchanter and more lane dominant style supports. And yeah, that's those are the bans coming down. We've got to see whether they want to counterpick their support or their top. They will lock in the Janna, so another one of these Enchanter style supports, giving Caitlyn a lot of extra AD, and Janna's definitely something that can be a bit more lane dominant. Now
Yeah,
Zilean.
absolutely. Now, Ewok being demoted to a very stick by my ADC and ensure that nothing naughty happens to her.
So they're creating the Hecarim in one shot.
They are. This is not fun.
If there is not at least one exhaust on the side of Team Bruv, they are hard trolling this. I would love to see more exhausts. Volibear being hovered, Volibear recently got some buffs, and it will get locked in. I've heard people playing it jungle, but they aren't quite sure if it's good jungle yet or not, and I assume it could also be good top. The
I think I'm
Vayne
gonna
being
be
hovered.
top.
What do you play into the Volibear? That is the question.
I
Vayne's something
assume
that will
Vayne's
definitely win on the
actually
side
quite
lane
good.
later on.
But we will see what the locking is. It will be the Urgon.
Something with a bit more front line to provide the team. An interesting team coming out from Team Bruv. Two very supportive champions, one sort of front line, and two of the longer range sit back and hit the champions. Whereas Chainers, I'm not sure how to describe their team. They want to run forwards, except Malzahar. How else do you describe that team? We want to go forwards. Malzahar's just sitting back. No, please guys, let them come to us.
No, guys, stop it.
Stop it, I can't keep up with you.
I am too slow.
Why is Hecarim at that fountain already?
And I'm only at R2 2 mid. Oh, so sad.
Oh.
Especially with all the speed ups. But now I don't know because I'm really bad. Oh no, attack range. Yeah, Vayne has 550.
Oh, Vayne
So
does
Vayne-
have 550. Okay, there we go.
Oh god. Oh no. But anyway, after just that confirmation, it's very weird game 4 coming out. But remember, it is make or break for Team Bruv. They have to win this game, otherwise Chainers are crowned champions of the spring or the 2021 spring split.
The
We will
third
see.
season that we have run.
Yeah.
Next season looks to be great. If we get a couple more teams, we might even have 3 leagues, ramping it up from the 2 that we've had in seasons 1 and 2. So that'll be interesting to see. Meanwhile, the teams are just locking in their champions. Another point that I want to just throw out there is Janna's actually a very good champion into Hecarim. The Tornado is great for interrupting Hecarim. Yes, you can get around it. The W, though, that Janna throws out is an immediate slow, point and click slow that you can throw onto the Hecarim that will just straight up reduce his damage as he runs into your team. You can also use your ultimate to throw him away, and he has to ult in return.
Indeed.
Indeed, indeed.
Indeed, indeed.
And,
But, not really sure how Vink is going to play this one in terms of jungle pathing, really.
I think he'll just clear some stuff, try and support his lanes.
I mean, Ivan's actually a good pick for the Azir into the Malzahar match because of the gift, like the donation of buffs, isn't it? Where, like,
Yes.
Ivan will hit buff and then he also gives it to someone else, so...
But I assume that's also Giga Brain. They can give their red buff to the Urgot and just make Urgot insta-win into Volibear. Urgot's also a really nice lane for Ivan to gank because all he needs to do is get close to the Volibear, Trigger Seed goes off, puts an extra slow onto the Volibear. And there's not too much tanks frontline for the side of Team Bruv, but that's what Daisy's for.
Yeah, very true. As well, on top of that, the Ivan shields and the Janna shields. Obviously, you potentially don't want all of your shields going down onto the Daisy, but yeah, it just makes the Daisy very tanky, susceptible tanky. And as well, that attack speed buff that they got a while back on Ivan.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised to see a double Moonstone here coming out on both the Janna and the Ivan. It's not like Chainers have an amazing amount of upfront burst. Volibear has to get his first W off. It's the second W on someone. When they're weakened, that will really burst them down. Malzahar does a lot of damage over time, not very bursty. Kai'Sa's burst is backloaded. She needs to get that passive off to really burst someone down. And Hecarim is pretty much the only champion here that has a lot of front-loaded burst. You could maybe argue Zillion's is, but Zillion's support here, he's not going to be doing much damage. Let's not kid ourselves with that. Hecarim will be doing the majority of the upfront burst, but they've got so many tools here to slow down the Hecarim and just stop his engage going well that it's hard to see how Team Bruv is ever going to have anyone die in the later game. The question is, like game 2, will they keep up though to get to the later game? Oh no, I've just seen in chat. It's an interesting pick.
Now, Aftershock Janna is actually the new Janna build. So
Sell me on it.
What happens is you hit a tornado, right? And if you think right, the Zillion wants to get kind of close to be able to hit those bombs. Obviously, the closer you get, the easier it is to hit the bombs. So, and as well, actually, what may actually be a wonder, does Janna Aftershock proc on her ultimate? Because of the air build.
Yes.
Which then means that, yes, she'll be... Well, everyone knows that as soon as Janna ults, she's a sitting duck. But the Aftershock could make her tanky so that she's susceptibly tanky. So that Chainers go all in on Janna, and she just doesn't die. And then they've used everything on Janna, and then Azir and Caitlyn are free to do whatever they want.
Yes. What are our rules on remaking? Can happen at the discretion of applicant, but there must be a game-breaking bug or issue with the client. I mean, if it was an issue with the client and not just...
There's our rules on it?
Well, we do have rules on remaking. But there has to be like an actual bug or an issue with the client, such as the client just locked me this champion, it wasn't letting us swap, or the client was literally not letting me change runes. I've had that happen before. It will just not let you open the rune page. Pro can remake if they don't like their skin. That is false. That is not true.
No, they do. They can. That's true.
No, they can't.
They can. If they don't like their skin or chair, they can remake the game.
Since when? I've never seen or heard of that happen.
I mean, it's very rare.
I mean, yeah, if they want a remake, and
I mean,
Chainers is happy to just remake it, pick the same things, but allow Janet to get her actual runes.
now I don't want to be bad boy here, but didn't Ewok have inspiration on his Alistair? Because he had the Hex Flash, right? But now he's got domination. So that means that he has gone into his rune page.
Definitely an attempt was made to change runes.
So he's just done it too late.
I don't know.
And he's
There's
had 50s. I mean, maybe Ewok's obviously gone, and then he's very late come back.
oh my god. Try to do
Um,
something. There we go.
So
There we go. Got there. In the end.
I'm not really sure. I mean, normally Doobie is the one that has the last say on this, but he's in a job interview right now.
Okay, well,
But I assume.
I don't know. Like,
So the game has been paused, so they're trying to. Oh no, Skycord has restarted his game.
Yeah. I mean, if as long as Chainers are happy to do a
Chainers
remake
said
here,
no.
like,
Oh no.
technically it's not a game-breaking bug or client issue unless they can somehow tell us it is a client issue. So
Yeah, if it was that the client just decided that.
we said Carthus for a 0 and they banned Carthus. There has to be a game break, just like the Mega Nard W not doing damage. I didn't mention that, but I did see that.
Wait, what?
There was one part in game 1 where Mega Nard W'd, it didn't do any damage and it didn't stun, despite
Actually hitting.
Karma being right in the middle of it.
Oh.
Well, as the admins who are around, what do we say? Do we want to tell them to remake?
I hate this because it's always like there's no happy endings, is there? Because if you give the remake, then what if Team Bruv win, and then it's like, oh well, would have Chainers have won if the remake didn't happen? But then you've also got the side of it's kind of unfair because it's already tilting that you've got the wrong runes.
Yep.
And
Chat,
there could be a
tell
lot
us
of
what you
situations.
think. Do you think
Yeah.
they should be allowed to remake or not? Let's give it a few seconds in chat and see what chat
And we're
thinks.
not gonna, and we have to make the.
We're ignoring the two teams as well.
Yeah, we're
because
ignoring the
assumedly
two
all of
teams.
one team wants to remake and all of one team doesn't.
Yeah. So that's 2 no's.
The rules just for team, bro.
I mean, yeah, I guess
To be
the
fair,
rules
it does
are
say in the
rules.
rules
It's
we
not
are
a-
liable to change our rules whenever we like, so
It's always a lose-lose situation like this. I mean, in the end, the rules are the rules. It's
no, okay.
it's not a game breaking bug, and it's not a client issue. So I guess in my opinion, it's not.
Team Bruv are usually the ones making events for others. That's why I'm more inclined to see what the general
Yeah.
people who watch and take part in Coral think about it. Because it will set a tone for a future if people mischoose their runes in the future. Will they
Yeah.
be allowed to remake or not?
based off this, then it's no.
Based
isn't
off
it?
this, it's literally 2 people saying no and no one else answering. So
Yeah.
it's a great start.
Yeah.
All
It's
right. I think
well, one
I
team
think
said
it's a
yes, and
no.
one team. Yeah. I think. Yeah. I mean, well, Preston, Ewok has accidentally brought in Aftershock Janna, and yeah,
They want a remake and the other team doesn't want a remake. Weigh in
we're
on
in a bit
this.
of a
What do you think?
Preston. You're the man of the hour. No,
I mean,
I
the
think
vote doesn't change anything at this point, but
yeah, I think it. Yeah, I can't.
yeah,
do it.
we'll just play
I mean,
play
to
it
be
out.
fair, though, like, I mean, if the team does openly admit they go like, yeah, we have the wrong runes, I don't really think the other team, is gonna be like, yeah, well, yeah, we'll agree to a remake so you can have the correct runes. I think they take every advantage they can get, but
So no remake. It's not like it's an unusable rune. Um,
yeah,
Shanna does
I
have
think
hard
if it was,
CC.
if it was unusable, I think then it would kind of be a let him remake because
Oh yeah, it'd be a different matter.
he'd be useful. Yeah, he can be somewhat useful, but it's not
There's a
unusable.
difference if you're like a champion with literally no CC and you have aftershock. That's quite.
Team Bruv aren't winning, Nutty. Chainers are 2-1 up. Oh, right. You mean about the mutuality? Oh, right. Okay, I see. My bad. I mistook.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you're all back in game, start it up,
I-
and let's just play it out. We'll
Yeah.
see how it goes.
I think it's really just a case of sportsmanship, isn't it? Like, not saying
Not
that Chainers
sportsmanship,
aren't
we're
being
just-
sportsmanlike, but you know,
It's because we've never had anyone ask about
yeah,
remakes.
this AJ has to
before,
eat.
so-
I mean, we could remake it, and you could eat in the time that it takes to remake. I mean, you know, that is an option.
Of course, it wouldn't be Coral without some controversy.
Yeah, especially during the
We need a
finals.
bit of everything here.
Yeah, you know, it's all over the place. I mean, as soon as Doobie gets off of the interview, he can come and weigh in, obviously, and because he is like almost like the head mod, the head moderator, the head admin, head
Of
whatever
this-
you want to call him.
He's
They-
leading
he
up this
gets-
season. I don't want to impose my rules or what I think should be
Yeah.
rules on it. Preston's saying going forward he'd prefer the option for a remake. So that's 3 against and 1 for. I mean, continue the game.
I mean, obviously, as soon as Skycall comes
Yeah,
back,
as soon as Skycold's able to get his potato hooked back up,
yeah, he come back.
continue the game, and we'll consider it for next season whether we think as a moderator team you should be allowed to remake for minor things like incorrect runes and stuff. Is the monarchy, democracy, or communism? This
We're a bit of both.
This
We're a
is
bit of
the
all.
UK. You see, we have a democracy, except we're actually a monarchy,
not.
so we might just turn around and say, "Nah, we're gonna do what we want. Screw you."
Yeah, Queen
That's-
still has that power.
we're
Queen still has-
we're
I
a
mean, she never
pretend
used it, but-
democracy. We like to do democracy.
If it's communism, George, then we remake because it has to be fair and equal for everyone.
That is true.
So I
Communism
think we go
would
for the
remake.
remake then if we're in the UK and we're communist. So, but
Anyway,
I
as per rule, I don't know how long the pause has been going, but we do have rules on pause times. That is something that was added just in case someone tried to like cheese pause times.
yeah, and we're getting political in the chat. Of course we are. How long has the pause been going?
Apparently 10 minutes, right? I mean, for a second while we just do all this. I'm just going to jump into a different screen so I can actually tab out and go and look at stuff.
It's gonna be an awkward one to deal with.
Do we know how long the poll's been going?
Hang on. Nope.
They've said 10-minute pause, by the way, but I have a feeling they've probably just looked at the rules and gone, yes, they're allowed 10 minutes. We'll say they've had 10 minutes.
Oh, it's so rough. I mean, at this rate, we may as well just... I mean, we're probably going to end up having to quit the game anyway. Because Skycode isn't going to reconnect in time. And there'll be no pause time left. So even then, we're
Yeah,
going
it's
to have
actually
to remake
like,
the game.
in terms of these games, there is like an hour's worth. Skycold's not even
is there?
online on League. Yeah, I think it gives
Nice.
like an hour of pause time total to
Oh,
custom
Jesus.
games. So
If his computer can't get on in an hour, Jesus. What's the
it's
the
just
actual,
a case of
full-
like, this is
It's,
now officially warning number 1. I mean, I've realized that our pause timer thing doesn't even really make that much sense, our pause timer rules. Here, the team
pauses are
not pause
allowed
it for
10
them.
minutes for each team. If an excessive use of pauses will be used, officials will issue a warning for first offence and can even declare the game as a forfeit if they get 3 warnings.
This is definitely offense number 1 because we have hit the 10-minute mark. We'll give it like another 5 minutes and say, how many minutes do you have left?
Oh wait, so Vink has actually said he's restarting his router. If it doesn't work, then they forfeit the game.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully it doesn't end in a forfeit. Obviously, we don't want to see the game come to an end like that.
That would be very unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we'll leave it for 5 minutes or so. Give them another chance.
I think.
Am I bringing to this team to this season? No. We've got way too many teams to even struggle casting it. Just make it a best of 3. Yeah,
Yeah.
it becomes a best of 3 if
Yeah,
exactly. It becomes a best of 3 if they can't get connected within like 5 minutes. So we'll say by 18. Well, it would have 17 passed. We'll say by 17 passed.
If they FF the game, then it's still 3-1 to Chainers, isn't it? So even if we do make it a best of 3, like no matter what we do,
But
Chainers
it's
won.
just it's a bit cleaner
It'll be
because
a
we
bit-
played all 3 games in a best of 3. You know.
True, yeah. But then again, we technically played 4 games, but there was obviously the big issue.
I mean, I know what
surrounding
we could do
internet.
in the meantime. Oh, he's starting up now. Okay.
Alright, okay.
He's about to be reconnected. We can play the
Oof.
game. Let's go.
Thank God for that.
Yeah, I don't have
Yeah.
the time to play though. Basically, each week, or I don't have enough people that could all get times together to play. I can't even get a team together for Clash on Saturday, and I can't play Sunday, so I currently have 2 people for Saturday. Going well. Thanks for asking. Wait, do you want to come? You can come play, Nutty. Why not? I mean, we need to find 2 more people as well. Sub is in. Yeah, if I don't have answer from the one guy left that I asked. You haven't got a number in your account.
Sad.
You're a support now. Oh, you're pushing me out. So actually, no, I can play mid. Mia's not playing. That works. Oh, but then I risk my perfect win rate of mid clash. Yeah, I'll see. I might ask for people in the Coral Discord if we start to get close to the time, and I haven't found people from those that I know IRL. Only Alistar. Alistar got nerfed.
Yeah, Alistair did get nerfed. It's a sad nerf.
Oh, Sky Cold is loading up. He is in game. Ah, I think we might be about to start. Okay, let
Hopefully.
me go over to our game screen. There we go. Brief interlude. You know, just stalling for some time, or at least at the very least, he's loading into the game.
Yeah.
Oh,
A part of me's kind of glad that Team Bruv weren't just, attempting to cheese a pause.
that's very good.
Like,
I think
no,
I think
it really was a
probably what
genuine
happened
life
was Sky Cold like took the chance of thinking they would get a remake to try and restart his router, and then it just did the classic router thing of, oh, you're restarting me for the first time in a month. I'm gonna update everything and not let you use the internet until I have.
True. Very true. I hate that. My router did that a couple of days ago. I hadn't turned it off for like 3 months. And then I ended up having to turn it off and on again because it just kept on going down for
Yeah.
absolutely no reason. And then just and it was mad. It took like 6 hours to boot up, or it felt like 6 hours.
Oh, spoilers! The game
Yes.
started.
Yeah, it's spoilers.
So we're just waiting for like a
I'd like to
3-minute
see
delay.
Yeah, I'd like to see where your spoiler is, AJ. Because you're from a different dimension.
And just in case any of them are listening, when the game is over, don't come into the chat and start talking until the we have seen who has won. Definitely do not give
Yeah.
anything away because
Tell you what, though.
Yeah.
If Team Bruv win with Aftershock, Jana.
oh, I'm waiting for it now. Going to game 5, super late. I'm not
I
sure what we
love
do in that situation because I'm guessing this pause time has just like eaten up all of the time that we had, and they couldn't play too late.
Yeah. I mean, it is very,
Might need to save the final game for another day.
just about right. Let's come back another day.
Oh. Yup, here we go. That's the reconnect.
There
Surely.
we go.
Just play 5th tomorrow. I'm not around tomorrow. I wouldn't get to see who won. If it goes 2-2, flip a coin. Yeah, we can ask both teams and be like, hey, you happy to flip a coin? We can have a really stupid we can have some really stupid way to decide it.
Yeah. Just get 2 players to play rock, paper, scissors. Oh, wait, hang on. Azir needs to get back into the Discord.
That's a good point.
Give me a sec.
Yo, wait 1 minute.
I said Azir.
Oh.
Is Sky called in there? No, he's not.
No, just stop.
Come
on, I understand.
If you join a team channel or something, I can drag you to the team spectator thing. There's a space
30 seconds until minions spawn.
for you.
Yeah, it's fine. Nothing's gonna happen the first like 30 seconds anyway. So
Yeah, there's a space
We're all
for him
good.
anyway.
anyway, we can get back to this game with the Aftershock Janatech. Of course, the real reason it's been taken is that when they engage, Janna can quickly hit the tornado or the ultimate, get those tanky stats, and not die to the engage. Boom. Genius.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do see the grasp up on the volley bear, wanting a bit of that early trading power. And the pressy attack on the Urgot, something that should be very easy to proc towards the later stage of the game, but will give that extra little bit of oomph to damage in the short trades early on. It is a Conqueror Hecarim as well, so going for those long extended trades more than the short bursts.
And yeah, we can see Ivan starting with Wolves.
That's smart. I've never thought to do that. I'm so dumb. Oh, that's a lot of damage on a strong Ewok.
Oh god. Aftershock Janatech coming in strong. And it's not hard CC, is it? Slow is not hard CC.
It's not, no. It's gonna be like,
Yeah.
not quite got the tech online yet.
No, not yet. Just level 2. As soon as Jana reaches
It's in development.
yeah. it's in research like the vaccines. It's currently under research. But
Exactly.
yeah, after a long wait though, it's
Oh, that's a lot of
Oh,
damage
and
onto strong Ewok. He's gonna be in the bomb there.
He's dead. The Summon Airy picking up the kill. Probably the rune
I
that
think it might have
Ewok
been the
wanted to go.
Scorch. I think the Airy hit and didn't do enough.
Oh, probably a Scorch. But Punky Boy dealing a lot of damage in return against the Kaiser. I think honestly, it may be a little bit of mental games with Ewok in the first opening minutes. That he's just got to try and stay strong and pull through in terms of just not tilting or not wanting to play the game because of his rune page.
Rune page, and they did get kind of cheesed early because the Hecarim decided not to go all. Bit of a misplace of a net shot. I'll take a little bit of extra damage.
And it's nice to see Vink saying sorry in the chat for the long delay between Game 3 and Game 4 with the long pause.
Oh, I love the Malzahar minions when they're bees. They just look
Give
amazing.
Give me back Worldbreaker Malzahar.
I just want more dumb bee skins.
Just make him look more intimidating. Like Malzahar is like this, in Worldbreaker Malzahar, he's like, a demonic beast that comes down and tries to take over the world, and then the next skin, bees! Honeycombs everywhere,
I'm just
spreading
waiting for
life and
Bina.
happiness.
Jana, but with bees. Her tornado is just a swarm of bees. Wait, that would that would be such a cool skin. Oh, I want that
We
now.
are teching. No, it wouldn't be just a swarm of bees. It'd be like like a hive. Like the bottom of it would be the hive.
Yeah,
and
her
they'd all
ultimate
come out
would
from
be
it.
like
So
waves of honey as well.
she
Oh.
just turns into a hive, and bees come out.
She'd just be a queen bee, and that's the
Oh,
whole
yeah,
thing. She
oh.
just throws bees at people. Oh, hire us, Rita.
Wait, yeah. I'm waiting for the contract in the direct messages. Let's be honest. But
Anyway, back to the game.
back
We
to
can
the
see
game.
about 500 gold lead for Chainers right now.
yeah, or mostly down to that first blood, and also the slight CS gap in the jungle, but that is to be expected. Dermat low on mana, used that to push in this Azir, attempt to force the Azir to have a bit of a rough time trying to farm under tower.
But
Yeah,
Azir pretty much
looking for an
full.
engage. Yeah.
Full on mana. So Dermat probably gonna have to use that TP early to get a bit more lane pressure. Get that mana back.
Absolutely, you can see Punky Boy using that attack range to great effect.
Oh, nice.
And Ewok now
sidestep.
finally seemingly getting into the groove of Jana, dodging those zillion bombs, meanwhile weaving in some poke. So, nice to see the Ewok overcame that small stumble in terms of the rune page. So, props to him, really, for just staying focused and on the game at hand. But Ivan is on the top side of the map. Obviously, the Drake is spawned, so Ivan looking to make his pathway down towards the Drake, ensure that he is on the bot side, so that if Chainers do decide they want to contest, or they want to do the Drake, sorry, that he is available there to contest. The level differential, however, may cause a smite differential for Chainers, which will allow them to pick up that Drake. However, Hecarim is in the mid lane looking to assist Dermat in pushing this in. As Skycord now, most likely will be able to get some free poke. He is looking to position himself for a free ultimate without having to shuffle. Using that's a lot of damage going on to Clade. But George in the top lane being abused, the counter pick.
I'd be interested to see. Does Dermat use the TP to get that lane pressure, or does he save it for a potential move later on? Because he doesn't have to use it now. The late wave is a little bit frozen against him, but Skycold really needs to back. He doesn't want to get stuck in this lane, so likely he'll shove it in and not much will be lost. Yeah, Dermat will get back there.
Yeah, shoving it in. And another thing, well, not another thing, but a thing to pick up on is that as they opted for the barrier instead of the TP. Obviously, for the miles a half full combo, a very annoying full combo to deal with, and does a lot of damage. The bonus damage from the Void Links are it's brutal. It's really brutal, and it's not fun to play against. So the barrier for survivability.
And not much else going on really in this early game. We see the same Kai'Sa build coming out as the previous game. Looks like all of our supportive champions will be building towards that Moonstone.
Absolutely, yeah. And it would be interesting to see if Cillian goes Shirelia's Battle Song for the Hecarim, and also for his own speed buffs.
Could be.
Yeah.
Not the most effective at using Moonstone, considering one of his ability is just a cooldown reset. So quite possible. Big trades coming up here in the top lane, but Dark Enclave's losing it hard.
Yeah, there's the Flash, Chomp, Volley Bear. I don't even know where all of its damage comes from.
It's the second W does a lot of damage if you allow it to get off, so he likes these sort of extended trades. One of the big problems there was Dark Enclave was tanking about 6 caster minions, and minions do a lot of damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see if a quarter to a third of the damage he took was from minions.
Yeah. I would agree with you there, yeah. Especially in the early game. Excuse me.
Yep.
Especially in the early game.
And here we see Sky Cold already with a blue buff.
Yep. Oh, it's not going to be nice for Dermat. Just an Azir with reduced cooldowns, seemingly never-ending mana. Whereas Malzahar has to burn through quite a lot of mana to get off the full combo as the Ghost ultimate issues. The Fleet does have
the Aftershock.
The stun and the Aftershock. Dealing a little bit of damage onto Zedras, onto the Seed. But a lot used there by the Chainer's bot side. However, it will convert into a Drake, especially with Ivan in this top side of the map. Now, you would not be surprised to see Urgot push in the wave here and then go towards that red buff and attempt to pick it up for himself.
I would hope so. Depends how used he is to playing with the Ivan. He's making sure it doesn't freeze right now. That isn't enough though, so I would want him to go pick up that red buff before it expires. Oh no, it's going to expire.
How long do you know?
It's not very long. Yeah,
We'll
he's
go
just
with-
decided red buff is not worth it. Must keep push.
Yeah, not particularly sure why. George is clearly farming quite well on the tower, but I guess the poke whilst he's attempting to farm. But imagine that with extra true damage burn or the burn.
Red buff would be giving
Yes.
very strong. He doesn't actually clear that control ward, which is interesting.
And,
Sky Cold
Cold in the end.
did pick it up in the end.
The as I like to call it, the I forgot what I used to call it.
Oh, here we
Space
go.
Aid. There you go.
Space
But the
Aid.
Clade is coming in. The Smite comes down. That's a lot of damage. You're not getting anywhere, Dark Enclave.
Yeah.
And he is slain by Clade. Clade now 2-0 on this Hecarim, 20 CS up on this Ivan. And Ivan really has not attempted to gank anywhere. He's really just constantly clearing.
Oh, that's a lot of
As
damage to
AJ
AJ.
is slowed. That's a lot of slow. And the shield comes down to block the Cillian
Ultimate
damage.
is up for Punky Boy if they can force enough damage through.
Yeah, really expect them now to start focusing down this Kai'Sa, attempt to make it so that it's a risk for any of them to body block the Caitlyn ultimate for each other.
Dermat here just clearing the waves when he can. He knows pretty much his only job here is clear the waves, keep his ear in check.
Absolutely, and Ewok is taking a lot of damage. As Fink is looking
here.
to come in, but he is the same
He
level
has
as the bot.
Daisy.
He does. Now this could actually be
This is a 4v2 potential tower dive situation.
the headshot landing. As Dermat's getting very low in this mid lane, but Skycold is pressured up quite far, and Clade has not been spotted out on a ward, but Vink is just looking to get an invade off. Skycold is going to get ganked in the mid lane. The camera does not want to show us. He flashes away from the flea, but that's a lot of damage. He still has his Arise.
Easily shuffles
and
away over the
Shuffle.
wall.
Yeah, and Vink is here in the red side of Clade, and Clade is looking for a regank here, potentially. No, he's looking to help Dermat shove in the wave. As Vink shows himself, the root does land, the Daisy is
Daisy's
used,
pulled
but
down, but
no, Daisy does go down.
just
Clade
donating 50
chooses
gold.
to win.
I think Daisy's
Very nice
50.
of Vink. Yeah, I think it's 25 or 50, it's one of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good buffer of the Purge. No, it's not Purge. It is Purge.
Is it Perch?
No, Disdain.
Yeah,
Disdain.
I was gonna say I
The
thought
E.
Perch was W.
Purge is W, yeah. There's the aftershock onto Ewok, doing absolute massive bits. But in all seriousness, it's truly sad that the rune choice was altered. But AJ taking a lot of damage.
Ultimate's
Ultimate
thrown
coming
down.
but
Will be
Tyson
blocked.
using that supercharge defensively. Very well body blocked by the Seed. But you can really see the Dark Enclave is not having the best of times.
Struggling a little bit in this lane now.
Disdain the wrong way, but he George
He
is
doesn't
fighting.
want to continue this fight. Why is he not
Yeah.
running towards his tower?
Uh,
Oh no.
Oh no. Bit of a questionable pathing choice from Dark Enclave. Potentially George being in the way messed with League's pathing and forced him away that he did not want to go. But the Rift Herald is dropped into the top side of the map. Clade is going to take away the Krugs from Vink. And yeah, it's
I've just realised something. This is a partial AP volley bear. He's built a Seeker's arm
yeah.
guard.
the new, like, I think you go Zonya's Hourglass first item or second item.
I knew you got a
It's
stopwatch,
really strong.
but I just assumed you'd make it into a gargoyles. I think gargoyles still uses it.
I think it
Ugh.
does. Oh no, I don't think it does anymore. Actually,
Oh.
I think it's changed. Interesting that they changed
Interesting
that actually
indeed.
aspect of it.
If people don't know, volley bear's AP ratio is actually pretty insane. Yeah, the ratios on his E and ult, look him up. If he gets 1000 AP, you can actually ult in between the two Nexus towers and destroy them both from full health.
What?
Yeah. I counted the damage. There's enough there.
Riot!
No one's done it though because A, you have to get 1000 AP on a volley.
Very true.
And B, when do you have the time to really be using your ult on that?
I mean, when you're BMing at the end of the game and using your ultimate.
Just to knock down those towers. Try it in ARAM. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, ARAM definitely a place to go, but showing what
Aftershock
using
from the
that
Janna.
tornado, the aftershock, but the ultimate has been cancelled. The dash in by the Seed will pick up the kill onto Ewok. The exhaust does go down before he falls, which does allow Punky Boy to escape.
Actually, no, Aftershock was making a difference there. It might have kept Punky Boy alive from the amount of time that it took them to kill Ewok.
Yes, and that is not a joke, which is surprising because you would have expected
Another Aftershock joke.
Yeah.
But no, second Drake will get picked up here by the side of Chainers. Back looking towards that top lane. Oh, Dark Enclave actually going in for this fight. Surely he loses it though. He's just so far down. Not even finished his first item and... yeah, there we go. I'm not sure if that was a misclick and he didn't mean to throw the volley bear back. Oh no, the damage on Vink is too much. The ultimate damage comes down and you can already see just how much damage there is. Youch.
Yeah, and really, it's not looking good for Team Bruv. 8 kills down, 16 minutes into the game. Volley Bear is just being a menace. He's already taken 2 towers in the top side. Really, it's just not been a nice 4th game so far. The game is not over yet, however. Don't count your chickens before they've hatched, sort of thing, sort of mentality. Pretty sure that's the saying. If I got
Yeah.
that correct. Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely 18 years old, I swear. But Yeah, the
God,
Moonstone
so old.
Renewer.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Mythics being
Interest-
picked up.
Yes.
Most champions now having completed their mythics, just waiting for Janna and Kai'Sa to finish theirs. Janna just being behind on gold,
Yeah.
whereas Kai'Sa
Is built basically 2 items at once. So, well, did the classic Kaiser build if you pick up the early serrated Dirk and then you start building your mythic?
Yeah, I think the early serrated Dirk is to get the Q evolve faster. So just the raw AD from the serrated Dirk allows you to get that isolating
Oh my
quality
god,
Q.
that was a lot of
Extra
damage.
Q. Yeah, Skycold doing a lot of damage. He has that Leandri's Anguish as well. So it's not as if all is lost for Team Bruv. They still have the Azir. They still have. I believe that Azir can 1v9, especially with an Ivan. And dependent on what Janna picks up,
I mean, yeah, you've got a
as the
Janna, you've got an Ivan, you've got an Azir, you've got an Urgot. All of these champions, pretty damn good.
if that's a Moonstone Renewer, I would be very. Team Bruv are looking to go uber late game. If this is an Imperial Mandate, then that could mean that Shang Yiwat's looking to do, or looking to empower Team Bruv's mid game, especially with that Caitlyn headshot Imperial Mandate damage. That would be kind of disgusting.
And this might be the time where you see the volley bear on the other team. You see the Hecarim, how strong they are, and you think, ah, right, we need to get through this mid game. I'll have to trust on my carries to be able to carry the late game, but they need someone to get us through that mid.
Yeah, and using that Imperial Mandate, just that extra bit of damage helping out, obviously, especially if they go for that tower dives, as such as the Turbo Chem Tank was popped by George. Trigger Seed, I think. No, it's not called Trigger Seed, is it? The Root Caller
Root caller.
misses, goes wide.
Oh,
As
Zedric.
Monkey Boy is being dived, but the exhaust comes out, saving his life, but Clade and George are nearby. There's no Turbo Chem Tank, but there is a
Oh,
ghost.
nothing you can do there.
Ultimate is used, and Ewok could potentially do something here. Using the ultimate just blast them away, but only gets them. Only
Buys
buys
a little bit of
a
time.
second. And 10 kills unanswered by Team Bruv. And 11 kills now to Chain as the suppress comes down onto Skycold. He flashes, but only into the open arms of a Hecarim. And
Everything's falling apart.
yeah, this bot lane, I think as soon as the wrong runes was called, a lot of focus went into this bot side of the map to try and.
Oh, we saw actually a few ganks up towards that top side just because of the amount that Dark Enclave was shoving in the wave with the fact that Urgot is not the easiest champion to escape on. The W does slow him down. So if you don't know that, you press the W. I believe it does slow your move speed a little bit. I'm not sure about that one. Citation needed.
Yes.
But yeah, not the easiest champion to escape on, so definitely something that can be punished, and they did punish it well. Got the volley bear to the point where he could 1v1 the Urgot, and Dark Enclave just didn't know how to play the matchup from behind.
I think Dark Enclave is on a champion like Urgot especially. Must
Take
be,
the red buff, Dark. Go on.
Go on. Steal it from your ADC. Yes.
He needs it. Yes. Okay. So this is the point where as the Urgot you can actually start to try and do something, because you can use the damage from the red buff and the extra sustain it would give you to help in lane. It's a bit late for that, but in theory that's the great pick of the Ivan. It can give the blue buff to the Azir, who really loves to have that extra mana, so Azir could have rushed Nash's if he wanted, just from the free blue buffs he would get. And it gives the red buff to the Urgot, which gives him that extra earlier laning power that he might need into the volley bear. But there we go, there's the general theory.
Absolutely, you know. There's a little bit of chat going on. 20 euros PayPal.
PayPal. Team Bruv having a little fun. That's what the league's about. It's about having some fun. Even if you're behind, have some fun with it.
Exactly. Oh, give me 1 second. My cat wants to leave them.
Aw,
I've been invaded by the cat. So go on through. There we go.
someone could just jailing his cat. Free Atomica's
Yes.
cat.
No.
Free
She
the cat.
deserves it. She deserves it.
Hashtag free the cat. Oh.
I mean, I have freed the cat. Do not worry. The cat has been freed, but the ghost has been used. The ultimate coming in from
tree.
the seed. The tree is going to go down. The
Horse greater than
onslaught
tree.
of shadows.
Confirmed.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. The Volleyball ultimate comes in. The turbo cam tank does not manage to get the slow off after the ultimate is used by the Janna, the Monsoon, as the Strikebreaker is used onto the Hecarim, but Skycold now has got 3 soldiers that increased attack speed, but Dermat is just constantly shoving in those mid waves, constantly trying to get those turrets, and just generating even more pressure onto Team Bruv. And yeah, it's after such a strong game 1 and such a promising start for Team Bruv, it all came crashing down, really. Because right now, 11k gold down, soul point where they can't really contest it, not a single kill to their name. It's very, very hard for them to come back.
Yeah, so usually at this point, we like to say, okay, you probably assume you've lost this game, start to think about what your plan is for next game. This is the last game. So, we have to talk about, how do you get back into this game? What is the only chance you can really have? You obviously have to stall out these waves. You're gonna have to give up inhibs.
Really just, yeah, use the fact that the inhibs for 5 minutes now,
You get
realistically,
extra gold
have
and
free
XP.
wins. Yeah, and you have to take every positive, but you can't give up all of your inhibitors because then obviously, well,
Double
Shaders have
summons.
nowhere else to target other than your base. And with the Baron gone, also the Drake spawn in 1 minute 50, the absolute pounding that the Team Bruv base is going to take, it's going to be very hard to resist, especially with the current currently where they are. Another problem as well.
Oh, but here's
as
the
an engage
engage.
comes in, Monsoon used to.
Janna's down
Dash
already.
will-
Dark Enclave's in the back, but he just doesn't
But-
have the damage.
Yeah, Dermat picks up the kill onto the got the stun lands for George on the wee side, please on the Ivan, sorry. As
The
the
Zonya's tech.
Zonyas keeps him alive. As Vasik goes down very low.
It's the Hecarim ult.
It's still the ultimate. The suppress comes down and Punky Boy just gets free autos as the ultimate comes in and the shutdown goes to Caitlyn. And
And they
got
get their
one
first kill. Team
Now
Bruv
they
is
can
on the
really come
board.
back- They can come back into the game as never mind.
Nope.
Because he just decides. Vink no longer gets to stay alive.
Oh, there's the
cute
ultimate.
No.
Dermat,
using
though.
a spell immune passive as well, just to soak up the damage. The resets coming in. 35 seconds until Drake. You would assume that Chainers are going to go for, or potentially set up for the Drake. And
So, obviously, you might just have to give up this Drake.
yeah,
What I say is, as Ivan, you now quickly go and take the red buff so you get 2 red buffs.
yeah.
This is how you get back into this game, and then you use the fact you have 2 red buffs to hopefully not die. Finding things to talk about in game, very hard right now.
Yeah, I mean it's very clear that Chainers have a very open path to victory. They have 2 inhibitors down. They have just got this Infernal Soul on a composition where Infernal Soul is absolutely massive. You can get the procs
Pinging
off
the
volley there.
mid-wave.
Yeah, they want to end
Here
this
comes
here and
the
now.
pony.
This has been used. Yeah, exactly. And Skycold has just been picked off and slaughtered. It's 0-3-1 on this as now. Even though he is the late game carry, as the ultimate comes down,
One
but it
tower
only disables
disabled.
1 tower.
But look at the damage
but-
it did. Almost nothing.
Oh, and the Monsoon
That's
under
kill
the
number
turret, a
2, let's
second
go.
kill. That's another
Daisy's
shutdown
tanking
on
up.
the board, but the ultimate comes down. The Nevergrass comes down from the Malzahar. However, the double Moonstone Renewer tech coming out, keeping the Caitlyn alive somehow with the heal. But in the end, I think that is the end of the game. They are just going to focus the Nexus. They're going to end the game. And
And
Vink goes down.
Shayna's win Season 3 of the CL Jolyu League.
Yeah.
Perfect. There we go. The games didn't go too late in the end. That was one thing that some people were a little bit worried the games might go a bit too late. So there we go. Games ending on time. Shayna's winning 3-1. Valiant effort by Team Bruv did manage to take a game off Chainers, so Chainers will not be undefeated.
Completely undefeated, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
In fact, Team Bruv actually did just dominate the first game from start to finish,
Yeah.
pretty much. I think one of the other games was pretty close as well.
Yeah, I think it was game 2. Was it that was quite close? And then was it game 3? It was one of the games
One
that
of the
Team Bruv
two.
were close.
Yes. I guess we can probably do some like interviews if either team would like to be interviewed. I'm gonna say first, if anyone from Team Bruv would like to be interviewed first,
Yeah.
they get first picks. We should always leave. I feel like you always leave the winning team till last to interview, right? If you're gonna interview both teams.
I'm not really sure what's going on with the interview.
He probably wants to. If anyone would like to be interviewed, jump up into waiting to be moved, and
Yeah, we will.
first of anyone from Team Bruv, we'll give them like a minute or two to decide if that's if that's what they want. I should have written down some
Questions.
really. Also, come jump in here, Peter. Jump in. Come join the casting couch for some interviews. Feel free. We'll do them. Vink's saying we can move him. Okay, let's
Okay.
let's
Let me
have
grab-
a little chat with Vink then.
Yeah, hang on. Oh no, I can't. Bloody...
Oh
Right,
my
hang
god.
on.
Okay,
He's
this is
gotta
really
move
awkward
right,
to
hang
do.
on. There we go.
You
Move him
can
up to
double move him.
captain's
You're gonna keep Vink.
There we go.
We did it eventually.
what
We
happened?
got
What?
it.
There we go. We got you in.
Hello, hello.
It was
Hello.
hard, but we did it. Right. So
Yeah, first of all, thanks Shaynas for playing. It was really a pleasure. Like, it was nice finals to be honest.
Yeah.
And we got a game against Shayna, so
a dominant
mean,
game.
Yeah, very
indeed.
dominant.
I mean, I'm quite happy with it, and I hope next season we become better.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Glad to have you back next season as one of the returning teams. I think you guys are planning to go into the top league. Assuming we have 2 leagues. If we have 3, we'll see. We'll probably ask various teams of which league do you want to be in. If there's 3, we'll ask all the teams sort of middle of the pack in terms of, like in terms of ranks. That's what we'll do.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, anything you want to say about, of course, the losing streak games? Is there anything you think you could have done better, or anything you want to say to Chainers about them winning the games, or anything you want to say to your team or the stream?
Well, nothing much to say about last game to be honest.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
yeah.
a shame.
It was a bit sad.
We got 2 kills, so worth, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, the first game we were like, we had a really nice game plan, I guess, and it worked out pretty well. Yeah, we played well as a team, I guess.
Yeah, you can definitely see that.
And the second game, I mean, the problem was we had a full scaling team. We got outdrafted, to be honest.
Yeah,
and
the full scaling team when it
yeah, not
fell too far behind to be able to pick it
yeah.
up. But
Unfortunate, I guess. But the third game was, yeah, we like, I don't want to say true, but it was like a chaos game. We engaged too soon, too many times, I guess, and the Seraphinaut was just too huge against us. We grouped too much, and then Java and Seraphinaut just melted us, to be honest. So
yeah,
I mean, they played it out nicely, and yeah, nothing much to say about it, to be honest.
yeah, that game felt really close, and then just suddenly a few Seraphine ults and it's over.
Yeah, like
And
we play well, I guess, but
Yeah, just there's two semifinals that just completely melted us, and that sucks, to be honest.
Yep. As we said, Team Bruv will be returning next season, part of
True.
the league. Um, so we look forward to seeing you then. And
Same,
before
same.
we put you back with the rest of your team, if they're still there, um, anything else you'd like to say? Final words? Anything like that?
Yeah. Thank you, Strong Ewok, for playing Team Bruff. He's not playing for us next season, so he was from the beginning with Team Bruff, but he's not playing next season, unfortunate. So thank you for playing, really, and was a pleasure playing with you.
Great, very wholesome words coming out there
Wholesome.
from Vink. Thanks for coming. Let's move you
And
back.
next season we'll be back.
They'll be back
Yes,
with a vengeance.
back and
Right,
strong.
let me get you back to your team if I can do this. There we go. Okay, there you go. You got him. Okay, right, cool. So there we go. Very wholesome words coming out from Team Brav. Happy to play together.
Yeah,
Thank
happy to
everyone.
play against Chambers.
That's what we like
And-
to see.
Yeah.
Teams
I mean-
being friendly with each other. Okay, so let's get in someone from our winning team, Team Chainers. Who wants to be interviewed? Who wants to be interviewed first? Get Vizid. Vizid is hot. Okay, I think we have some
I
some
think yeah.
some people really wanting to interview Vizid right now. Do you want to bring him in here?
I
And
will
we'll
do the amazing double move.
the amazing double move.
There we go.
Oh,
There we
yeah,
go.
you-
Welcome,
20
welcome to the
Yes,
stream.
welcome.
Thank you, thank you. Hey, hello, hello. Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so just give us some overall thoughts on how you think that series went, how you played, how Team Bruv played. Um, yeah.
Yeah. So the first game, it was kind of yikes, because George, the classic, he has to enter first game. So we
Yeah.
go, you lose the unbeaten series that we had. Very unfortunate. And the two other games after that, it was Seraphim Gap, and then I don't know. I think we had Mental Edge last game, maybe. So I think it was it went fast, easy, and I
Feels
was
like a bit of
planning on.
vintage, yeah.
I mean, I was planning on being like a little toxic here, but Vink was actually really nice, so I'm gonna be really nice. Well played, Vink picked up a new role in the jungle, and he he smashed every other team in the league. So I mean, good job, and I mean, yeah, good job, Vink.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Very good.
Nice guy, nice guy.
How about this? Is there anything that you really wanted to play you didn't get to play?
I wanted to play BMO.
BMO.
The Be More, not BMO.
Yeah,
Be More.
BMO, the better version.
Best
Fuck.
version.
Team was just bad. Oof.
Oh, I mean, you could have drafted like a full B team.
Yeah.
That would have
But
been
I don't
amazing.
wanna.
But
I don't wanna
Right.
play with Yumi. Disgusting champ.
Yuvi. Oh, nice job.
UB, yeah. Not the best champion. I mean, I should have been like thinking of questions during the games, to be honest. I thought
Actually,
Peter was like, yeah,
how
he's all set up
yeah.
for the interviews, and he's just
He's
not
just
joined.
not here.
It's like, okay,
He
right,
can join the casting couch himself. I'm not like I don't have to drag him, and he
exactly.
just hasn't
Like,
joined. But yeah, one question: how was the team after game one? Because obviously, you got obliterated. It did not look like a fun game.
I mean, no one was really tilted. I was watching one of the people in our voice chat playing TFT. Really chilling. I mean, it's just one defeat. It's not like
Yeah.
our whole life is ruined. So we just mental reset, go in, win. So we're chilling.
yeah, good to hear.
Yeah.
Strong mentals, ready to come back. Um, I don't think have Chainers signed up next season? I don't think so,
No,
have
Chainers
they?
aren't
No.
signing up.
Do you know if
Next
any of your team are showing up back on other teams? I've not looked through all of the specific players. Are you showing back up on another team?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Mm,
Great, there
maybe.
you go. Maybe tune in next
Yeah.
season to see to maybe see Brazil
To
back
see
here.
Seraphine ADC gaming.
Oh. Hmm. Everyone's
Possibly.
favorite champion. I like playing Seraphine, but it's like, God, they can
It's
tune
not
her down a bit already. Just take some power
Man,
out of the ult, please.
no, it's fine. She's perfectly fine and balanced.
Perfectly fine and balanced, yeah. Um, Atomica, do you have any more questions that you can think of off the top of your head?
Not off the top of
The
my
Coral
head. no.
Classic, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, well, I've gotten this question before, and I still think it's Trubbish.
Fair
Ah,
enough.
The
I do.
best
I
Pokemon in the
actually
world.
like Trubbish.
But Dorbudur is actual trash. Like, you know,
Literally.
he is trash, but he is trash. Like, fuck, how do I say it? I don't know. But he's bad.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
God.
I guess anything else you want to say before we move on to either our next interview or wrap all of this up?
Yeah, Shaner's out.
Perfect.
There we go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Chainers out. They came in, they dominated the season, and now they're going out.
Going out on a high, as
Going out
everyone
on a
always
high.
wants to do.
I mean, that seems to wrap up Chainers pretty nicely, unless there's someone else particularly who wants to have an interview on Chainers' side.
I mean, yeah, the scuffed interview where we just ask you what are your thoughts and no.
Yeah, what are
real
your thoughts? We don't
questions.
have any specific questions because we didn't think of any. Like,
Yeah, we kind of were relying on Peter to come in and ask the questions, but
I had the
he's
plan to like
apparently
write
tired.
things down partway through, and then when it was all about like the having the interviews ready, I was like, oh great, I don't have to write things down.
True.
Can't
I do
reveal the
think, yeah.
secrets of the Karma 1v9. I mean, yeah, he did
I'm-
1v9 that game pretty hard, but I'm not sure for which
He
side.
1v9'd his own team.
I'm not sure for which side. Oh, Dermat's happy to come in. Here we
I've just
go.
realised that I could right click and click move to casting couch.
Oh, genius.
Oh,
Wow.
Welcome.
well,
Hello there.
Um,
hello,
Uh,
Derma.
I'm sure
Let
you
me
heard.
actually mute the stream real quick because also I'm getting an echo. Yeah.
Good point.
What's
I'm
the
sure you
question?
heard we don't have many questions.
Yes.
Yeah, no, like I can like try and talk you through like all the games, but the question is, do you enjoy that?
Yeah, I mean, let's not have an entire essay, but
No, I know,
well,
but
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
Just
It's good to hear people's game
overall
thoughts on.
points, like overall thoughts on not each game, but just how
Well,
you
like,
think the series.
First of all, let me allow me to thank Bruv for this series. Like they've been like really sportsmanlike during the entire series, and I think that like how everything went and how things also happened in the past. So this was a really clean series, and they played actually really well. Not like we didn't expect that, but like the first game we kind of entered our draft, and then after 38 minutes it just all fell apart. And like all the other games, they actually had like a lot of resistance as well. So it's not like we just outclassed them. Like I think that on mid lane, like their mid lane was way better than I was. So really well played by them.
There we go. Lots of GG well played for Team Bruv.
Yeah.
Definitely recognizing that Team Bruv is a strong team. We've definitely seen growth as well from the team since they originally joined last season. Yeah, it was last season.
Yeah.
Definitely getting better. I think they only came middle of the pack last season. This season came back with a vengeance, and we'll see if they can climb even higher next season. But I mean, is there anything? Of course, we saw the priority on the Seraphine, which Team Bruv
Yeah.
never picked up.
Of course, Seraphine duty. Yeah, but like when you're like doing some research towards meta and you see what is it, the G2 play a 2-2 series against Schalke and they pick Seraphine, and after the game Reckless just says, haha, Seraphine broken Lamau. Then yeah,
It's like,
we
yeah,
kind of
wait, maybe this champion.
we kind of have to pick the champion if we get the opportunity, and like we've seen the champion throughout the like the entirety of the season. And I think like one of the major things that that was like happening in this series is that the first game, it looks like our opponents knew what we were like gonna do in drafting strategy and such, to the point that we just choked the last pick with my Varus. Like the Varus mid was kind of a meme pick because I've played a lot of AP Varus mid in normal games, the last couple of games, because I was just tired of doing like regular stuff. And
Yeah.
I just completely choked, blacked out, didn't know what champions to play, and I said like, oh damn, just give me Varus, let's see if we can pull something off.
And with their game plans set up from like minute one, their rotations, the dive on top lane, playing around their mid laner really well, because, well, I guess we can easily say that he was one of their main carries in their team compositions every single time. They just had like everything just so thought out, and we just went with it. Like, we normally don't even practice as chainers. We just see that we have a game, we load up the game, probably haven't even played the game the day that we're playing, and then we're just hoping for the best, just throwing a Hail Mary there. And like, then you get game 2, 3, and 4, and we basically just deducted what the enemy strat was. Basically, let mid carry, and all I had to do to counter that was just make sure that he was stuck in mid. And I think every single game it worked out, except for maybe the Corki game with a couple of decent or like really good teleports from him. But except for that, we just didn't see each other like in a carrying position. And we know that as chainers, we most of the time actually play around Clyde in the jungle. But George was like, he was having like a blast of a series in game 2 and 3. Like, he was going really, really, yeah, but like, he was going so hard on the Wukong and the Jax, and we didn't even need like a bot lane carry, even though, well, we all know that AJ is really well on his carry supports when we force Vizit on Seraphine duty. So that's also a thing. But then, yeah, George just stepped up, and Clyde is always there, always knows what kind of pathing, and all I have to do on mid lane is trying to enable Clyde and try not to int. So I basically didn't even have to carry. So I'm really glad with that.
Yeah, very good to hear. I guess same question that I've thrown to everyone else. You coming back next season? I know I've seen all the teams, but I'm really forgetful.
Well, like, things are that before I was like a part of Chainers. I have been part of a team from Gaming Alliance, but I've split up with them recently. Like, they went their own path, I went my own path, because it just didn't click. So right now, probably teamless. Don't know if I'm gonna join unless there's like a random team that says like, hey, I want to pick you up as a player. But I'm probably gonna focus more on casting than playing. So maybe you'll see me back here again.
Cool.
With some critical analysis, because I'm known to be critical, and people hate LS for doing it, and they will hate me for doing it.
Yes, and we love to get some critical analysis.
But like, have you seen the last game where I just told Vazit, go Serpent's Fang, they have a lot of shielding, just take it. And he did, and he dealt a lot of damage.
I saw the Serpent's Fang right at the end, I was like, oh, that's a really good pick. But you didn't really have time to say anything with the game ending.
They had Ivern, they had Janna, just pick up Serpent's Fang. It's just a little bit unlucky that he's a range character, so he only reduces the shield by like 25%, but then for 2 shields, it's still a lot, so it works.
It's still definitely worth.
Yep.
Cool. Right. I mean, Atomica, any questions?
No, I think.
No. Any last things that you want to say before we let you go, Dermot?
Well, of course, I also wanted to thank, I want to thank Chainers for allowing me to be part of their team. Like, it was probably a really last resort tactic, since they had the cheater before us, their mid laner, and he left. So I picked up the torch. And yeah, well, I am, of course, an ADC main originally, so mid lane was kind of new for me. Now, we are in a meta where champions like Lucian and Tristana are often played in the mid lane position, but even then, I think I've shown a lot of different styles of champions with Nocturne, Rise. What else did we have? Like, just like an entire ocean, like, basically a champion ocean. Half of them I just first time, because I was like, well, I just feel like playing this champion right now. Let's see what happens. And it was really fun to play with them. I want to thank George for always being there in the drafts, Clyde for carrying through my entire mid lane schedule, Vazit for being the best e-girl in the world playing Seraphine, and AJ being the best roaming support I've ever played with. So thank you guys for allowing me to be here. And yeah, that's basically it. And of course, all the other team for participating, Bruv especially, making this just such a blast of a series.
And there we go. And I will move you back. And there we go. More really nice words coming out from Dermot there. And I mean, do we want to keep going with interviews, or like my brain is flagging? I can't even think of the same question I already asked. Yeah.
I think we wrap it up for now. Had some nice interviews, so nice words coming out from both sides. I think obviously a representative of Team Bruv thanking Chainers for the game, and Vazit and Dermot in response also thanking Team Bruv. So it's nice to see the sportsmanship there. And it's nice to see also that there was no harsh feelings. after the Aftershock Janna kerfuffle.
Yep,
Uh,
definitely.
so yeah, it's yeah. That's it for this 2021 spring split. Who was third? Who was third? Oh God.
There wasn't a third.
Yeah, that was.
There you go. There wasn't a third. We don't have time for a third. It's fine.
Yeah.
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 Anyway,
And
we got
all
next
that is-
season.
Yeah, next season.
Quick reminder: the sign-ups end on Sunday. Make sure you get your team in if it's not already in. As a thing, I think we need a few more river tier or slightly higher teams to be able to
Yeah.
split the league into 3 at this point. It'll be very interesting to see anyway. Yeah, so if you don't have your team in, get it in, get a team, have some fun, rep the league to everyone, you know, to press all the buttons that people tell you to press, all of that jazz. Yeah, but great, and congrats to Janus for winning.
Yeah.
winning
Brain is flagging.
season 3
Season 3.
of the CL Jolyu League. And you know what? Let's leave you with a nice video at the end.
Hello. We are actually live now, finally, with our first CL Jolyu League games. It's taken too long.
Still they can hope for pushing it
Coming
for
out,
Garrett.
CJ. Oh, Cannon Barrage going with a
There's
huge
the
cataclysm into the hero's entrance. GOTR disappearing at the hands of V5, but Stream Channel
Here we
was
go.
not
So fine.
clean
Point
5-0
goes-
split.
And that should be the game to going in the favour of Girl. And they do win the first season of the Jolyu League, being undefeated.
For those of you who weren't here for the games earlier, chat was literally full of IAs and ahs, and I regretted everything. So an ah and an ah, and welcome. That was smooth. To
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the fight
Going for the 1v3. He's tanking them all up.
So tanky.
He's flashing away, he's finishing the game. And there we go. Third game over to World for Genesis.
Wow.
My god.
What a
What did we just
series.
watch?
91 kills
This
in
is-
the
this
game.
is- Bruv!
4 point, and they're getting the Morgana, getting the root on. Late Black Shield Flash is not going to come out, but it does go over to the Nautilus.
Okay. Absolute disaster for...
Mia's
Girl
still on loading
here.
screen and doesn't see any of that.
Reminder, if someone is lagging, you can pause. Oh.
Yes, game can confirm what's happening here. Double pike being picked up, and there's the lobby again. We'll swap to our...
Going over to the side of SAS Desert. Eventually. Stop building low B boots.
That's the game.
Yep, the auto attacks will just come down here to finish out this game, and that does make it 1-0 to the side of World for Genesis.
And we are back.
Chainers. Yep, Baron is really good.